No, I'm a minute
Uh-oh.
late. No.
I'm gonna take a bio break here quick.
Oh,
Meant to do it a sec ago, but didn't want to
right away
interrupt.
in the stream, everybody. Just right away.
Oh, sorry.
Immediate pee break. Um. All right. Well, I'm sorry I'm late. I got distracted. There's a purring cat in my lap. It's just too adorable to ignore. Who tried to wake me up at 5:45 a.m. this morning, by the way. Oh, I was not happy about that. Ugh. Okay. Where were we last time? We were starting the pipe system and um talking about the two different lanes that we could go with or without a network manager, kind of an umbrella. So the network manager over the top would allow us to slightly more efficiently manage the blocks of the pipes. And basically all the manager would do is track which block positions were actual pipes, right? And then the blocks themselves would also have a network ID, or the block entities would have a network ID. And that would allow just saving the block positions of each network would allow minimal shenanigans when it comes to regenerating the links, regenerating the arrays. Because I don't think we should save like this variable here. Oh yeah, let me push up my text size a little bit here. If you have issues reading it, let me know. I can make it bigger. It's just harder to program. So this list, obviously, because I've fleshed out a lot of this, so it will look a little different. And I've done extensive looking at the actual pipes mod. This is the kind of mod we are sort of using as a template, but this mod is so much more complex as far as the object tree than I think it needs to be. And I think part of that is Minecraft and Forge itself. I think that's what's contributing to the insanity here, as well as a little bit of the author just wanting it to be as abstract as possible. So there's 4 tiers of tile entity objects before you actually get to like an item pipe, right? Here's the item pipe right here. This is all the code for an item pipe. Then if you look at a universal pipe or a gas pipe, right? One thing, one chunk, that's it. And then pipe logic tile entity is this one, which is an abstract, so you can't actually instantiate a version of this. So this is an extract, and this has a set of things that I don't know what they do. Like I've gone through this, not super carefully, but a lot of this is all generics, right? Just anytime you see a T like this, these are generics. These are just anything can be put in here. And so this has things and stuff that it does. I don't know about the energy storage because there's only one type of energy pipe. So why does every single pipe have an energy storage array? I don't know. Like, I'm not sure why that happens or why it's so specific, but that's that. And then the upgrade tile entity is this. And it's also abstract, and it has most of, I don't know why is it set as cache. Like, why is it cache? But all of these are basically configuration like overarching configuration sets. And then so the upgrade tile entity, this stores the inventory and all of the modes, right? All of the specific information in this one. But this one is pipe tile entity, which goes down to here, which actually stores your size. And then this finally gets block entity, and that's your base game, like base game thing. So you've got 4 layers of abstract classes before you finally get to the real class. And all of these do varying things. I understand the difference. I understand why he separated them. But the fact that they're in like 4 different files makes it really, really hard to discern how things are done. But I did finally find the code that moves stuff from A to B. I finally found that code, and that's up here, the types. These types right here. I don't know how these fit in, because these are all like item pipe tile entity, gas pipe tile. So what is all of this? Well, if I go in here, the types extends item or pipe type, right? And pipe type is I don't know where. I'm just gonna move on. This is here's the tick, right? Here's the actual code. So all this does is see, is it round robin? And if it is, it inserts it equally. If it's not, it inserts it in ordered fashion. So insert equally basically stores a round robin index, and it just, goes from one to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, and it's just every connection, right? Every insert is just going one to the next, to the next. So I have to figure out a way to do that. Which type of bugs? Well, I'm probably gonna be making more bugs today. And then insert ordered. There should be something in here regarding distance, because remember, you have a nearest first and you have a farthest first. So there's got to be something in here regarding insert ordered. There's the insert call, but I have no idea. Anyway, so I just wanted to show that I actually found the code that actually moves the things. Like, I was quite impressed with that, because okay. But one other thing, getting past this, one other thing I wanted to mention is I've been really watching as much as I can find lately about immersive engineering. Now remember, immersive engineering is the mod that is the inspiration or the spirit of vintage engineering. Now, obviously, I can't use any of the code nor any of the art, because the author of that mod did not give me permission to port the mod. And if that permission would have been given, then I would have been like, well, shit, let's use some of the art so it actually looks like the same thing, and maybe figure out a way to use the 3D models. I don't know. But they didn't give their permission. But I went forward with the mod anyway, because they can't stop me from just building a mod that feels like immersive engineering. Maybe it doesn't copy it exactly, but so I've been watching some videos of kind of up-to-date mod packs that are using new versions of the mod, or the newest version. And I noticed something regarding the pipes in immersive. Now remember, the back-end code, we're trying to replicate the functionality of the pipes mod because it's super low latency, right? Super low lag. But the actual look and feel, again, immersive engineering is the inspiration. So one of the things I noticed, it was a short little video or a clip of somebody working with the pipes in immersive engineering with the hammer in their hand, the immersive hammer. And when they were looking at the pipes, the selection boxes of the pipe, it showed all of them, even the ones that weren't connected, right? It had a little highlight box on all the sides, even the ones that weren't connected. So that would radically simplify the whole process if I were to show the selection boxes no matter what, right? No matter what, if I was able to show them. So I made the change in here. So this is the pipe, right? And it has two varying groups, and we'll get into that in a bit. So item and fluid varying groups. And then the collision box, I separated now. Used to be, we had the collision and selection box in one group. But I separated them now. So we have the collision box, right? This is a thing basically that you would bump into or stand on top of. So there's just one of these, right? And by separating them, it means that these boxes don't collide with the player. You could walk right through them. This collision box, this is what you would, if you had pipes on the ground, this is what you would walk over the top of, right? So the selection boxes here, I copied from pipe connections, right? I copied this block, and then I moved them over to here, and then I put them in the right order. So the order is northeast, southwest, up, down, and then the base, right? The center core. The center core is the last one. But northeast, southwest, up, down, center core. That's the order of these. And then the rest of these are the same thing, but rotated. So it's just a lot easier to do it this way than to have many, many, many different coordinates. And if this doesn't work, then I have to do the coordinate system. But I'm really hoping the rotate thing works. Because this basically hard codes the array of selection boxes as well as the index that you interact with. So if you interact with this one, right, that's index of 2. It's 0, 1, 2. If you interact with this one, it's number 6. It's, 6, and then this one, 0 to 5, and then 6. And I know if you're 6, that you're interacting with the core, and it's not a actual pipe segment that you're interacting with, because this is very, very vitally important to get right. Because when you right click a nub, I have to know which direction you're trying to interact with for many, many, many reasons. So this is a really vital thing, and I haven't tested it yet. I haven't loaded the game up with this yet, because there's too many objects that are not really working. But what I can do is only show these when like a tool is in your hand. That's one thing you can do is kind of reduce the number. So if we go to block pipe base, the code here is get selection boxes, right? This is the code that grabs those boxes. The base will get all of those boxes from JSON, right? If you actually follow block.getSelectionBoxes, you'll see that it basically builds that thing from the loaded in memory block. And then I could take that array, I could detect possibly, probably, maybe, yeah, that would be. I know I would have to look at. I would have to look at my Catenary mod to see how I did it there. Code that I wrote 7 months ago. I specifically limit what selection boxes are shown depending on what's in your hand. But this base game selection box, there's not a player object in there, right? Usually there's a player, but okay. So I've gone through a lot of these, and I put comments in to sort of lead the way. And then we have convert selection to direction, right? So selection index or block selection, this has the selection box index, and then the selection box index will tell me which direction we are going. And so this, because I was able to do this for the selection boxes, it greatly simplified this call, so I don't have to rebuild and recheck anything. It's a direct, like, one-to-one relationship. 0 is always going to be north. 1 is always going to be east. That kind of thing. And 6, the other thing is, it returns null if the core is interacted with, right? That's an important distinction. Returns null if the core is interacted with. And that'll help me detect which direction we're actually messing with here. So, I put a pipe. Here's another important thing. If anybody out there wants to augment, supplement, or maybe do their own version, I'll probably eventually get to a lot of the functionality. But I have this enum pipe use. This is, I don't even know, an enum. An enum is like, what's the best description of what an enum is? It's like a it's a thing that gives you a finite number of options, but enums are usually mapped to like integers, like 0, 1, 2, 3. And so it's just a memory map of a human readable item to a number. That's pretty much all an enum is. And if I go to the enum, you'll be able to see item, fluid, energy, gas, heat, and signal. So I'm covering the bases, right? If anybody out there can think of another use for a pipe that I haven't thought of here, let me know, because I can always, adding to this list is a lot easier than trying to do it in a mod later. Well, it's like Harmony or something. That would be really not well, because this gets compiled. Obviously, these are all mapped to numbers. You can see if I mouse over them, they're all mapped to numbers, and you can override the numbers and stuff like that. But there's your pipe distribution enum: nearest, furthest, round robin, random.
It's always fun to change the numbers of enums, even though it doesn't matter, just to mess with people's heads.
Yeah, item is 3, and then there's 27, and then 1, and then it's just like, what do these numbers mean? Anyway, yeah, if you can think of other ones, the internet is not a series of tubes, so the internet is not in a pipe. So what you could use a pipe for, and yes, I have gas, yes, I have heat. That's basically mechanism. Eventually down the road, whoever wants to implement that mod, good luck. So that is in the block. So how does that get mapped? How does that get set? Well, it gets set automatically when the block is loaded, right? So when this block was loaded by the server or the client. And by loaded, it literally means when it's loaded. Like when you're running the game and it's loading all of the blocks, it's loading all of the objects. This thing, the pipe use enum, is coming off of the last code part of the pipe itself. So that enum of item and fluid and etc., right, is coming from this right here. So it's matching pipe dash item, and that's what's being mapped. So I don't need another attribute in here. I don't need an extra attribute, like an attributes by type, with a flag that says pipe use, because it's coming right from there. So all a modder would need to do, basically, is add to the variant groups here. They would just add, like, gas. And bam, gas would now be a pipe type, and it would automatically map to the enum in the base class. So that's where those values are mapped to the actual pipe itself. I wanted to cover that because if you do this and it doesn't convert it, then bad things might happen if you misspell it or whatever. But anyway, that's where that mapping comes from, and that's where that enum is, because I need a really fast way of grabbing what the use is, because the use overrides the actual class of the pipe. So an outside user, an outside modder, could create their own pipes and use my enum, right? They could use my enum. They just reference the DLL for Vintage Engineering, and they could pop and they grab that enum and make their pipes use that enum just like I did. And then my code will detect, hey, you have the same pipe that I do. I want to link up to you and make you part of my network. That's how that works. So you could have an entirely separate pipe system. And as long as you sort of tie into a couple of my own objects, the systems will basically be invisible to one another. They'll do the handshakes, they'll do everything, and they'll just work together. So anyway, now next item on the agenda, the block entity here. I've gone through and I've been massaging the objects here, based on sort of my intuitive thought, and I think that, remember, every single pipe block is going to have a copy of this. Now, not all of them will be used, right? If a pipe block is just, if the pipes are just running along the ground, right, and it's one pipe to the next, to the next, to the next, they're not going to be ticking, and they're going to have a minimal amount of data. So the connection sides, I decided, made an executive decision. Connection sides are strictly connections to other pipes. Because you have to understand, a nub, right? The nub connecting to a machine would be indistinguishable from a nub connecting to another pipe. So, in that case, if the pipes were all in a line, every single pipe is going to have two connections, right? And I don't want my simulator, the thing that ticks in the background, to actually move the items. I don't want the back-end simulator to see each one of those nubs as a possible insertion connection point. Like that is, to me, that's insane. So the connection sides is strictly what pipes go together, right? What connections to the next pipe. And that will help me propagate the network if I ever need to rebuild a network. So like a network merge or a network split, that the connection sides will allow me to jump from one to the next to the next to the next and figure out the network. Extraction sides is fairly straightforward. Which sides of this thing, of this block, are set to extraction? Can be 0, obviously. So extraction sides. Disconnected sides. Disconnected sides are those sides that are manually overridden, right? So if a connection exists, whether it's to another pipe or to a machine, and you want to say disconnect it, you could probably shift right click the nub and manually override it and make it disappear. Doing so, will have consequences on the code and the networks, and there's a lot of code that's going to have to go behind the scenes here, but the disconnected sides is the ones that you manually override. And then finally, the insertion sides, say that 10 times. Insertion sides obviously are those sides that are normal insert into machines, right? And just normal insertion. So this list up here, push connections, this is the generated list of connections, pipe connection, that are all insert sides on the network to this block space. Because all of the extractions, let's say there's 3 extractions, like 3 machines around a single block of pipe that are all set to extract, and they all have their own settings, right? And then the pipe goes to a chest. So that is 3 extracts in this space, all mapped to just one insertion. Well, or more than, think of whatever network you want to think of. But the extraction sides, the Boolean here, this is a Boolean of 6, right? Northeast, southwest, up, down. It's the same order every time. So there's 6 possible trues, extractions. And I increment and decrement the num extraction connections and num insertion connections, and I have that as a shortcut, because otherwise I would have to iterate through the array of bools to figure out how many are true, and I don't want to do that on every tick. I just want to jump to the block entities and say, how many insertions, and just go 1, 1, 0, 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, and just like bounce through there. And so I have a number here, and I don't think I have a num extraction. I didn't have no. I need to add. Yeah, the IntelliSense code, if you haven't picked it up yet, is crazy good now. And sometimes it's way off. But most of the time it is phenomenally good. So, number of insertion nodes for this pipe block. Number of insertion nodes for this pipe block. Well, I don't need a, that's pretty straightforward. I try to do comments for like almost everything. Just it helps me out a lot, but it also would help anybody looking at my code and trying to discern what the hell is going on. unlike this, where there's just literally no code comments in any of this stuff. So I don't know how somebody can write this much code and never put a comment in. How do you write this much code? All of these objects, there are very, very few. There are some, but there are very, very few code comments in this entire mod. I don't know how they do it. My code is bursting with comments. Okay, so we have pretty base stuff here. We have the network ID. Remember, this is all in the block entity. And then this, I'm not sure of. This is what we're going to talk about today. Because here's my conundrum. All two of you watching, and I'm sure one of those is Oz. Here's my conundrum. When you set a node to extract, that node now is unique because it should have an upgrade slot, and depending on the upgrade, can have a filter, as well as offer, what distribution options there is, right? Round robin, nearest, and if we had signaling built in, you'd be able to, control it with signals, stuff like that. Now, I'm not trying to replicate laser I/O. That would be beyond my capabilities. I don't know how to do all the fancy laser lights and shit like that. Like, that would just be crazy. But trying for something a little bit more grounded here, which is why I'm not offering like a universal pipe. For now, I'm only doing items and fluids. I'm only going to manage those two things. I'm not going to implement an energy pipe, even though I allow it in the pipe use case. There's an energy option. Not going to do it. I spent 8 months building a wiring system. I'm not going to then negate it with pipes. Fundamentally, I just couldn't bring myself to do it. Because it's like, why did I work 8 months building a wiring system if I'm just going to make pipes do it? Super simple. Like, that's just... Anyway, maybe I'll put it in there and just limit it to patrons. Somehow, code-wise, like, detect your username and be like, oh, now you can use the energy pipe. No, I wouldn't do that. So items and fluids, that's what I'm sticking to now until we get much further in, and maybe we could look at maybe some mechanism style stuff, but like gas and heat and other shenanigans that they do. But so an extraction node, when you right click that nub and it sets it to extraction, now that extraction node is special and requires a UI, a GUI, and an inventory, and the block space. So it's kind of like a micro block thing, right? The block entity that I'm working on here, we are going to need an array of something to track and manage those objects, because we need to be able to save them to disk, load them from disk, tick them, right? Each extraction node gets ticked, right? But the block entity is the thing that you register the tick with. So it's this object that we're looking at right now is the actual thing that you have to use to register that tick event. So we need a way to map the tick event to the extraction node. Somehow, I honestly don't know how. And some way to manage basically the extraction nodes in a block space. Because let's say you take a nub, you right click with a wrench, changes it to extract. You open it, you put a a top tier update or a top tier upgrade in it, and then you put a filter in it, right? And then you right click again with the wrench, which makes it disappear. What do you do? How do you drop the inventory of that nub now? Because the nub is not a block, right? It's not a normal block because you're not getting rid of the block. You're just getting rid of that little nub. So I'm going to need a object, and here's what I need an object, and I could do this one of two ways. I could make the object represent a single nub of extraction node, a single nub where it's one inventory slot for an upgrade, one inventory slot for a filter, and then a few variables tracking the distribution mode and any other option we want to do, right? That's option one. And then that object would be instantiated for every single nub, right? There'd be a new one of those for every extraction nub. And we would just have an array of them, array of 6, just like we did the bools. And when somebody sets an extraction node, we just go in and instantiate a new one of those, and it has everything associated with it, including a GUI. We'd have to build a GUI. We have to do that anyway, so I'm not worried. Alternatively, if we look at the laser IO way of doing it, the alternate way of doing it is to have one GUI for the whole block with different tabs for each direction. So you'd have 6 tabs. There'd be one UI, one GUI that you'd open for the whole block. And then each tab would be its own thing, and the ones that are grayed out or disabled are the ones that are on extraction nodes. So that's a whole lot of code that I would have to do there. And I would just anyway. So the single block, right, would be the block entity pipe base, right? And this is where the block entity openable container goes. Because if you right click this block, there are what we inherit from the openable container are a few helper functions that are already written that basically open and close the UI for us. You know, they do some other helper things, and then they automatically drop whatever inventory is in the block when you break the block. It just automatically drops it, which is why when you like break one of my machines, like the metal press, it just drops. It drops the like the mold that's inside of it automatically. I don't actually write any of that code. It just does it automatically because openable container has an inventory, and the inventory is what it drops. It just automatically looks for that inventory and it just drops it all. So that would manage that for us a little bit. But again, it would be one UI, 6 tabs, with the inventory would be, instead of being 2 slots, it would be 12 slots possible. And I would have to do math. Like first 2 would be this one, second 2, third 2, you know. And so I would just have to be able to index into that slot array depending on the direction that's going. So those are 2 vastly different ways of handling this problem. Now, the pipe way, the way of the base pipe class, or the base pipe mod, each nub has its own setup, right? You right click the nub, you directly control that nub. That's how the pipes mod work. Laser IO is one of those where it's all into one UI because it's just one block, right? There's not. And then the other mod that had a single UI for everything is Ender IO. And the Ender IO conduits, when you would open the UI for the conduits, you would have tabs associated with all of the different functions of all the conduits that are in that block space. Um, so those are two vastly different ways of managing this problem, and we don't really have enough people in here to really poll the users. You know, if I had 50, 60 people in here, and I would ask these questions and be able to poll the users, I would be able to get a sense for what people are going for. But for now, it's just not happening. Maybe I should post the link. Post the link on the Discord server.
Yeah, the Vintage Story Discord.
The Vintage Story Discord. I forgot to post the link on there.
I'll do that.
And mod development. And when I do, I always X out the embed. So there's that giant. You post a link and there's this giant thing that pops up. Like, oh, here's the post. I always X that out because I hate taking up that much space.
That might be client side, because like the Vintage Engineering channel on your channel, I see the embedded image.
Yeah, I didn't X it out because that's my channel.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I didn't do there, but I did on the previous one. If you scroll up for last week's, I clear it out there.
Okay, let me check.
I clear it out there because it was after the stream, and there's no point in having this giant embedded thing in there.
Okay, yeah.
But if it's somebody else's, if it's somebody else's Discord, I usually don't like having those giant embeds in there because it just feels, I don't know, feels dirty. But okay, so my instinct tells me I don't know if it's easier. I doubt it would be easier. There are complexities. There are complications with each way of solving this problem. No matter which way I go, there's going to be unique challenges. But having each individual node, right? So you can think of like the pros and cons of either way. So the pros are, or one pro is one UI for the one UI system is if you have a pipe that's hard to get to or hard to right click, having one UI for all of them makes it a little bit more convenient, right? Because then it's just all of them. But a con of that method is it can be confusing which node you're actually editing, right? It can be like which tab you're on. Even if I have the tabs northeast, southwest, up, down, right? A person may not intuitively know, am I looking at the east node or am I looking at the west node, right? Which node am I looking at? And so it can be a little confusing if somebody's not paying attention to the direction they're looking. There are, I know, updated ways when you have the buttons in Minecraft, like Laser IO, he adds a little icon of the thing that it's connecting to, right? There's like north, but there's a little icon of the machine, and that's great. I don't know how to do that. I don't know if there's a way to do that. There's probably a way, but rendering stuff is not my cup of tea, right? It's not my forte. So rendering stuff is just not something that I'm comfortable tinkering with. Because when it comes to rendering little icons and anything, any little mistakes can cause like massive memory leaks and massive memory overruns. And so I'm really not comfortable doing a lot of like quality of life things. I'll let somebody else figure that out and do a pull request on the mod if they really, really want it. A pull request is just like adds icons to GUI. Like that'd be great. So the pros and cons of the individual nub way is you right click a nub, you know exactly which nub you're editing, right? It's just, this is the nub you're editing. So there's no hidden secret to it. And the other way, a con would be if there's one that's hard to reach, right? If there's a nub that you have to get into that's way in the machine or it's under a machine or whatever, right? Um, but that is less of a problem in my mind. Like, you just break a block and you drop down and you edit it. Like, it's easily rectifiable. But these two main ways, these two main differences, are what I'm looking at. And my instinct wants to go the individual route. Each nub has its own object. And then the block entity has an array of those. Right? There's just six possible ones. Because you can't have more than one extract node in a direction, right? The north extract, you cannot duplicate that. There's not another nub that you can add to it. So that's what I wanted to work on today, is the object, right? The object that is the extraction sides. Because right now we have a pipe connection object. And this, while good, has certain things that it has. This is essentially defining an insert. And only an insert. In my sort of opinion, position, facing, distance, and it is extraction. I added this one. I added that Boolean. But I was playing around with this going, okay, what can I use this for? What is this good for? The pipe connection, the thing with the difference between an insertion node and an extract node, there's a huge difference between the two of those. Like, an insertion node is basically just a simple kind of dummy node. Like, it doesn't even need to tick. All it does is point the block position. This is not the position of the pipe, because the pipe knows its position. Why would you store the position of the pipe? This position, from what I've been able to discern from the pipe's mod, is the actual block position of the machine that's connected to, which makes sense because it's the connection. So this is the connection to the machine, a really fast way of grabbing the block entity of that machine, right? It could be a machine, pump, whatever it is. That block position, you can just grab it, right? You don't even need to know the way that it's facing the connection. So the connection would be like, the block face would be like north, and then the position would be not the pipe, but the north block. It would be that block position. So block facing, you wouldn't even really need it. It's kind of good to have it back up, but the position itself is the machine. That way, when you do the tick routine, you can just pull the connection, the block position, and grab the block entity, so you can tick and push or pull or whatever you want the material in and out. So the is extraction, right? The reason I have that is this is extraction is a flag for an extraction node. But I've been kind of going around, because this pipe connection here, this list are just all the push connections. So the is extraction, we would ignore, and then we already are filtering on the insertion sides here, so we are automatically ignore the extractions. So if we have our own custom object for the extraction side, that alone would differentiate the which sides are extraction, right? Because we already know how many we're going to have. We just need to know now the details of each of those. Like what what settings they have, what distribution they use, like all of that kind of stuff. As well as ticking. We need to manage the ticking, and that is a delicate and dangerous thing. So one of the other items on one of the things I think I talked to Oz about this yesterday as I was working on this, because I was looking at the pipes mod. So the pipes mod, the different tiers of upgrade. There's like four or five tiers. The different tiers of upgrade change two main things: the amount moved and the speed at which they move, right? The tick rate. So I don't know what the default values are. They're actually editable in a config, so they can be anything you want. But let's, for example, say an unupgraded pipe in this mod, unupgraded, does one object, one move event per second. Just as an example, one move event per second, one item, or one water portion. Like one thing gets moved, if it's fluid or items. Now, one water portion might be a little much. I don't know, Oz, what do you think? 1 liter per second? Like if you're moving fluids, like use liters as your base. Because remember, a block space is 1,000 liters. So
yeah, if
you're moving 1 liter per second, emptying an entire block is 1,000 seconds.
Yeah.
That's a lot of seconds. Like, what is that? Like, that's a lot.
I
mean,
18 minutes.
Yeah, 600 seconds is 10 minutes. So it's another 400 after that. So it's 15, 16 minutes, something in there.
Yeah.
To empty a single block of its fluid. Now think of you're pumping oil or you're pumping water. Like, that's crazy. Anyway, that's a serious tangent. So one move per second would be the baseline. The upgrades now, because it's ticking once a second, it's actually extremely low latency. And remember, every tick, it's not, let's say there's one input. Let's say you have a chest. You have an extract on the chest, and that pipe goes and it connects to 10 other chests. As an example, just picture that in your mind. 1 chest for extract, 10 chests are insert, right? If you have it set as like round robin, the extract, right? The extract is the only thing that gets set, right? So that means if the chest is full, let's just assume that it's full of items. That means that every second, 1 object will be moved to those chests, meaning in 10 seconds, every chest gets 1 object. That's a really simple example. So the next upgrade, and the tick rate, since it's one a second, it's like there's you could have 1,000 of those in a map and you wouldn't even feel it. Like the tick rate is so slow. But it's not one item. It's like 1 tick. It's not one item in each chest. It's 1 tick in this chest, the next tick in this chest, the next tick in this chest. It takes 10 ticks to get all the way through, or 10 seconds, because it's ticking at 1 a second. So it's that. The top tier upgrade in pipes is 64, a stack of 64 per tick. So to translate that, if my tick rate is different, the tick rate of the mod is different. I don't do 20 ticks a second like Minecraft. I do 10 ticks a second. All of my machines tick at 10 per second. I think that's plenty fast of a tick rate. The electrical network ticks every quarter of a second. So it just ticks 4 times a second because there's not enough need of ticking faster than that when it comes to the power, right? Either you're generating enough power or you're not. It doesn't matter how often you tick. I could tick it every 2 seconds and it would, the bars would jump 2 seconds, boom, more power. And then over the next 10 seconds, it would drain, boom, and then it would jump again. Like, you don't need to tick the electrical network behind the scenes very fast in order to keep the machines full. But anyway, if you tick, then if the top tier upgrade ticks a stack every tick, that would change the one chest to 10, where every tick a new stack would appear in every chest. So in 1 second, because it's 10 times a second, in 1 second, all 10 of those chests would get a stack of items from the source chest, which is super fast. So I've built in, where did I build that in? Oh, there it is. Item pipe upgrade is an item. I was working on this object yesterday. So this represents one of those upgrades. Whatever tier. Doesn't matter what the tier is, that's going to be handled in JSON. JSON will just have variants of the upgrade, and it will have attributes associated with each of those upgrades with all of these variables set, right? Very, very simple, very straightforward. It's just pulling those values from the attributes, and then the attributes will be defined by type, and they'll be just changed. Very, very easy to balance, very easy to rebalance, very easy to tweak. But I included a variable for delay and a variable for the rate, right? So we could make it so the upgrade doesn't set the delay, right? The delay will always be, say, 1 second. But the rate can be huge, which means it ticks less often, saving your FPS and saving your updates, ticks less often, but moves more stuff at once. The problem with that is, and Os pointed this out to me yesterday, is doesn't matter what your rate is, if it exceeds the stack size of the item you're moving, then if you're pulling from a machine, a slot in a machine will only ever hold a stack of that item, right? So the slots are limited by the stack size by default. You can override a slot to change the stack size, but they are limited by stack size. So if I'm moving an item that only stacks to, say, 32, doesn't matter what the rate is. If a machine will only hold 32 of those items, then I can only ever move 32 at whatever tick rate. That's it. So I added the option of having either one, a rate or a delay. I do have a sanity check on the delay. If it is less than 100, then it sets to 100. If it's greater than 5,000, it sets to 5,000. Because the delay is in milliseconds. 100 milliseconds is a tenth of a second. 5,000 milliseconds is 5 seconds. So I think that's a pretty decent, amount of time that you can balance. But that is a sanity check. I could probably do that in here right? I could probably do that over here. I might tweak that and change it. Because there are other issues with rate as well. Not everything has the same stack size. Minecraft is almost universal. There are exceptions, but it's almost universal. Things that stack usually stack to 64, right? Things that stack. Lots of things don't stack. Anything with durability, stuff like that, doesn't stack. But if it does, it usually stacks to 64. So you have a pretty standard rate. If you set the rate at 64, you're fairly confident you can move a stack at a time. In vintage, stack size is all over the place, right? Firewood stacks to like 32, like metal plates stack to 8. Like there are many, 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 many different stack sizes. And there's going to have to be a crap ton of code that's capable of grabbing more than one stack at a time. But I'm pondering whether to set a rate of -1 to just equal a stack, whatever that stack size is, right? So the top tier upgrade would just be rate -1, and the rate would just look at the stack size of the item that it's moving. It's an easy variable to grab. etc.collectible.stack size or max stack size. You just pull that variable and you're like, that's the item I'm pulling. Grab a whole stack. So it would grab 400 of those, 32 of those, and then it would be the delay every 10th of a second. I think that would be an interesting way to handle stack sizes. Is the top tier rate is just -1. Because then fluid wise, if you're looking at fluids, most fluids stack to 5,000. Like a water portion, if we pulled up water portion, which would be under water portion, max stack size 5,000. So that's 50 liters. 5,000 water portions is 50 liters. So a -1 on rate would mean the max stack size, it's moving 50 liters every 10th of a second, which is a lot. It would still take, that's what, 50 liters every 10th of a second. That's 500 liters per second. That is 2 seconds to drain a whole block. That's still crazy. Like 2 seconds to drain a block of fluid? That's amazing. That's a huge amount of fluid moving. 50 liters a second? I mean, that's a crazy amount. But would that be enough, right, for like a nuclear reactor? If I'm moving steam from a nuclear reactor from A to B, is 50 per tick, 50 liters per tick enough? I don't know. I honestly don't know. I want to say it's not, considering what I know about mechanism and how many freaking pipes it takes to move things with mechanism. But there could be an option where there's no limit, right? The rate is just unlimited. There could be an option for that, where whatever is available in the source, it moves the whole enchilada to the destination every tick. Whatever is available here gets moved over to here, right? Basically an unlimited rate. That could be an option for the topmost tier. Would probably use some variant of temporal dust or temporal gears. If it's moving things instantly, I would imagine it's going to be expensive. So this is the actual upgrade item. I was just kind of fleshing this out here. So maybe the rate of -1 would just be everything. It would just be whatever's available. Grab it all. I don't care. Grab it all. Okay, so if we wanted to do, let's think about this. We wanted to do an extraction node. Now remember, we have to make this generic enough where it doesn't matter what we're moving, right? It doesn't matter. It's going to move it. whether it's a fluid, whether it's an item, whether it's gas. So we have to be careful with that. And I'm not comfortable enough with C# generics to do crazy shenanigans like in my recipe system. If you look in the recipe system, no, it's in the recipe loader. Doing things like this, right? Load recipes T, where T is this thing, and even the interface has a T on it. Right? So this is a super generic function. Load recipes of T, where T is this interface. And I had to invent this interface. Right? I had to invent this interface because I couldn't use the base game one. But most of this code is derived from the base game. And then there's another function down here, load generic recipe, and again, where T is this. So there's your T recipe. So T, imagine you just replace T with whatever the recipe is. Everywhere T exists, it uses that object. So generics in C# are extremely powerful. But I've basically used them the peripheral, right? For generic collection, like a list, dictionary, key value pair, little things like that. That's where I've used like generics. There's probably a generic way of doing this. The pipe base, all of the little bits and bobs. There's got to be a way to do it. It would surprise me if there wasn't. But I don't know. It's hard to wrap my head around the generics because it's an abstract way of thinking. And I'm a very literal thinker.
Hey, Buggy?
Yeah.
You've got a couple more viewers. Do you want to ask for different types again? See if some of the new viewers have an idea?
Sure. Types. Let's go down to here. Enum pipe use. There's my types. If anybody can think of any other types other than these for use of a pipe, let me know. I still see. Well, there's 3 concurrent.
Oh, it was 4 a second ago, but I could also have a delay or something.
Yeah, I have the thing delayed like crazy, but. Yeah, if anybody thinks of other pipe uses than these, item, fluid, energy, gas, heat, and signal, let me know, and I can just add it to the enum. But these values come from the varying groups. So item, fluid, the text in here needs to match the text in here because this is where it gets the pipe system loads it from the code of the block. So anyway. Moving on. So if we go to each nub, so the other question was, do we go with each nub has its own GUI and own thing, or does the whole block manage it all, where each direction is a different tab? So those are the other 2 options here, where each nub has its own instance and own GUI, or the laser IO way would be one block, one GUI has multiple options. And I don't know, to be honest, I don't know how tabs work in the GUI. I don't think, there's none of my GUIs have tabs. And so doing a tabbed GUI, using a tabbed GUI would be hard for me. Because I don't know how to do the tabs, nor do I know how to keep track of them. Like, it's just like, how do you track all of that? Pretty interesting. So my instinct tells me to go the pipes route, where each extraction nub has its own GUI and own interface. And own inventory, not interface, inventory. So if we go add class extraction node, let's do pipe extraction node. Now, if we look, block entity gives us the most basic access to things. Block entities can have behaviors. I'm not really dove into behaviors very much. There's really no defined use case. Like, if you're building this feature, use behavior. Because the base game sort of uses behaviors all over the place for generic features as well as really specific features, right? So like ground storable is a behavior. But another behavior is the transmission block for mechanical system, right? That's a super specific use case, right? You're not going to be able to use that in another block unless you specifically make a transmission block, right? The code is not transferable to a variety of things like ground storable. Ground storable, you pop that onto a behavior, now you can drop the thing on the ground, right? It's a really specific thing, but it can apply to almost anything in the game. I could make each one of my machines ground storable, where you'd be able to craft the machine and just shift right click on the ground and just place the item on the ground without actually placing the block, right? That is kind of how ground storable works. It creates what it actually does. If you look in the code, it actually creates an inventory in that block space, and then the inventory is what you're interacting with. So it's actually generating a block entity, and it's actually a ground storable block with an inventory, and that inventory can have one or more things, and that's how it's rendered. So it's a really sort of interesting little quirky thing, but you can apply to tools and objects and items and all sorts of things. But the block entity behavior, like transmission, is only usable in a transmission. I don't know why he made it a behavior. I have no idea why he made it a behavior. Whereas it would have made more sense for the mechanical power system to be a behavior, right? You add this behavior to your block entity, and you gain access to a few variables regarding mechanical power, and then you can use those. But the whole mechanical power system is a quagmire of ugh. So block entity gives us pretty basic things, and I'm thinking in terms of what to change my block entity for my pipes to be, because I don't want a whole lot of shenanigans here. If we're not going to be openable for the whole block, if each individual nub is going to be openable, then I need to manage it manually, it's fine, but I need to look. So block entity container has an interface, iBlock entity container, which gives you an inventory class name, and then a drop contents. Okay, so that's a pretty good thing to make here. Go here, potential fixes, implement interface. So remember, each extraction node, which is the nub, It's going to have its own inventory and its own system to drop the contents, which is exactly what this gives me. So this is actually a good thing. It's not a block entity, but it gives me access to these things. Okay, so the inventory of the extraction node is not like, it's not a stack of things that gets moved, right? It's not actually holding a stack to move. The inventory is like, it's the upgrade and it's the filter. And if you look at the pipe upgrade, you can see can filter, can change distro. These, again, come from the base pipes mod, because the different tiers of upgrade give you access to different options. So like the first and second tier, you can't filter. You can't put a filter in those. The very basic one, you can't change the distribution. But all the ones after that you can. And then after the first two, you can add a filter. So we might come up with other features for the extraction. Like what other features might I add? You know, what other functionality to a pipe could I add? Like, I don't know. You know, signal support will come much later when if nobody else tackles it. If nobody else tackles signaling based on my mod, right? My mod has all of the base things that you would need to implement a signal system. The Catenary mod includes objects for signals. None of it is implemented yet. You'd have to create your own signal network, just like I did with my electrical network. But the wiring system automatically supports signal. There is infrastructure in there to support signals. It's not fleshed out. You'd have to, add recipes to craft the signal wire. You'd have to have recipes that craft the wire relays, right? So the little wire relays that you place in the game, you'd have to have a recipe to make those, as well as 3D objects. It's all there. It's just not fleshed out. And then you would need your own network manager that subscribes to the events, that detects the signal wire, et cetera, et cetera. So it's all there. Little bits here and there haven't been tested, but if and when that happens, I'll be, if there's a bug, then I can fix it. But anyway. So signal control is definitely one thing that I'd like to add eventually. Okay. So inventory is, I actually have an inventory, pipe inventory, right? And it is literally 2 slots. The max slot stack size is 1, because, you can only put 1 upgrade in and 1 filter in each slot. But this is just 2 slots. Now, if I did the one block, 1 GUI to rule them all, then it would be 12 instead of 2, because it would be 2 slots per side times 6 sides. That would be 12. Way harder to manage. And then everything else is basically the same. And then I have code in here. Automatically, I already did this code for objects that don't exist yet. The VE pipe upgrade and the VE pipe filter. Those are 2 items that don't even exist yet in JSON. So those are things. And then everything else is pretty much just straightforward. We have from and to tree attributes, very, very straightforward. So the inventory we have in here, we would have protected pipe inventory, and then this would return inventory class name. This is tough. What do we call? Because they have to be unique, right? So each one of these is going to is going to be associated with a certain block facing northeast, southwest, etc. I have to offset the inventory class name with the direction. I have to. Because the inventory class name is also going to be supplemented with the block position, right? Each inventory has to be unique. Because if they're named the same, then they're the same inventory. So they have to have unique names. So the block position in the base game, like if you place a machine down and you open the inventory, you open the UI, the inventory that's presented to you has been automatically generated with the block position in the name. The inventory is initialized with that position. And that's unique because it's one machine per block. The problem with this is there can be 6 of these in a single block space. So the block position is not the only unique thing about it. We have to include the direction. And if we look at block facing, somewhere in here, crazy amount of things and stuff. I was digging around here. Block facing. This is a math tool. It's not a it's an interesting class. A lot of static things. It's just a helper class. And it builds, so block facing, there's a lot of things in here, right? I mean, it's building normals. It's building like what is opposite, like the opposite index. It's building all of that. But you don't really need to manage this yourself because it has static instances of all of these somewhere. Block facing, that's block position. I was like, where are my things? And it's like, okay, here they are. So like down or east is a static. So you can just call block facing.east and it gives you an object with all these variables. And it automatically sets the mess of items in here, right? It just automatically sets all those for each direction. Each direction is different. And then all faces gives you a list of all of them. And I actually use this. If you noticed, I actually use this here in one of my classes that I started working on, right in here. So int f so there's basically a for each, but I have to go in order. I can't do a for each because you're not guaranteed the order in which you're going to get them, right? If you do a for each, it could bounce. It's going to do them all, but it could be bouncing. And I want to go top to bottom. I'm going to go right in order. So I do a for, not a for each. But I use the all faces, right? This is an array, all faces.length. It's 6. It will always be 6. It will never not be 6 throughout the rest of time. But I do it like this to give you an idea of what it's actually iterating through. And then I grab the index of F into all faces, right? So that is north, east, south, west, up, down. And it's in that order every single time. And I grab the position of this block entity, and then I add, you always use copy, always use copy, but I add in that direction, right? The block facing direction. So it's taking it and it's iterating through what this is doing is it's actually iterating through all 6 sides of the block, because this is the mark dirty event. So this means like a neighbor block changed. And if a neighbor block changed, I have to iterate through them all and see what changed. See if I need to disconnect anything. And so this just iterates through. It grabs the block in every face. Then this, all I have right now is this one. This is if it's an air block. And if it's an air block, there's a whole lot of code. Pretty simple. So if it looks in that face and it goes, that face is an air block, right? If it's an air block, that means it's gone. There's nothing there. So I have this. There's still to do. It's not finished. If the extraction side is true, which means that direction was an extract, that means we need to do some more work. There's obviously a ton more to do in this thing here, but that means that the machine that was in that direction was broken and it disappeared, which means our extraction node is no longer valid. So there's a whole lot of stuff that needs to happen here. In the end, obviously we need to reduce the extraction connections. We need shape dirty. Shape dirty is something else I'll talk about in a second. And then I need to set the extraction side to false, right? Because it's no longer an extract. And then I just iterate through all the booleans. If disconnected side, which means I manually disconnected that side, well, then just set it to false and reset it. If the block was broken, I reset that manual. So then if you place another block, it will not be manually overridden and confuse people as to why a nub didn't appear. Because they could have forgotten they manually disappeared it. Insertion sides, again, if it was an insertion side, then we need to decrement insertions, we need to set it to false, and we need to mark the shape dirty. Anytime the shape needs to change, I mark the shape dirty. And then connection sides, right? If there's a connection, which means that was a pipe that was there, then we need to disconnect it. Obviously, there's more stuff to do here. There's more stuff to figure out. There's a lot more logic that I need to do in here. And then the else block, right? Meaning it's not air. Then there's a whole lot of other things that need to happen. And then this routine is going to be pretty crazy, but it's one of the most important in the whole segment of this mod. The transport, this is going to be a vital connect or a vital function that's going to track and trace and notify. Like there's a whole like pipe network object that I need to build that's going to manage all of this. And so this actually needs to notify like, hey, something changed, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, there's a ton of there. And then at the very bottom, if shape is dirty, then rebuild the shape. And that is this function here. It's not done yet. Mainly because this BE pipe base is not specific. It's abstract. So the actual pipe base of like an item pipe, you can override any of these, which is why they're all virtual. You can override them. All right. I need to take a quick break, bio break. I'm going to be right back. If you have any questions so far, please let me know. I will address them when I get back. All right. I've got like earwax buildup in my right ear, and it sounds like I'm speaking through a tunnel. So I apologize if I'm either quieter or louder than normal because my ears are crazy. Do you have any experience with using ores? Ores. When using ores. When defining multi-block structure and block numbers. Ores. I don't know what you mean. Multi-blocks, that's the next big thing I need to take a bite out of. If you have experience with multi-blocks, I would love to hear it. I would love any help that I can get when I finally finish the pipe system. God, my nose. When I finally finish the pipe system, the next big thing is multi-blocks. But I want to do it right. I need to do it in a way that utilizes the new feature that they added. And I'm not going to take credit for inspiring the feature, but I think I inspired the feature. So the little mini dimension system that they added that allows you to get ghost block versions of the blocks. That was a very specific question I asked Tyrone several months ago. Like, how do I get in a multi-block, how do I get ghost blocks to render easily? Because the machines that are going to be multi-blocks, they are going to be, you're going to need to build them step by step, layer by layer, just like in immersive engineering. And I need to be able to show the ghost versions of those blocks layer by layer so the players know which blocks go where, right? And there was no way that I could find, no easy way I could find to do that. And I really didn't want to build the system from scratch. Like, that would have been, because I don't know rendering. Like, rendering stuff, logic I can do all day, but rendering, I can't wrap my head around the weird idiosyncrasies of rendering. So when it comes to multi-blocks, yeah, there is a system that's built in for multi-blocks. You can build it in the world. You can use the world editor, highlight the area, and then run a command, and it will dump out, right? It'll dump out the multi-block code for that specific multi-block. But highlighting those blocks, which is something that's built into the game, the highlight doesn't actually give you what the block looks like. It just highlights the block space. So I wanted to combine the multi-block system with a custom block, the master block that you place down that gives you the rotation, like the orientation. So you're going to craft, like, let's say the crusher, the giant multi-block, or the arc furnace is a good example. So you craft, the first thing you craft is the arc furnace core. You place it on the ground, and that core is going to have all the code to render layer by layer all of the blocks required. And it will track all of those block spaces. And when it's complete, when all of the block spaces are taken up, it validates it based on the multi-block and then swaps the block for the big one, for the finished machine, right? It takes all of those little block spaces and it swaps it for the other shape. That's, in my mind, how it's going to work. It's going to swap that block to a different variant with the big shape, and then all of the individual block spaces will get swapped for basically a dummy block that has certain, there'll be certain things that are supported there. So there's the multi-block thing. This is why I went with the pipes rather than the multi-blocks, because the multi-block system is going to be crazy, like just a crazy system. Because I have to build it, I have to build it in a way that all of my machines can use the same structures, right? The same base classes to make it easy. Most everything is going to be derived and defined in JSON, which is the way to go. Oh, my I'm going to have to clean my ears out at some point because I was able to set multiple block code values to multiple block code. Oh, so what you're talking about is one, like if you're like in a multi-block, it could be this block or this block or this block in this block space. Now, instinct tells me to use wildcards. Like if one of the blocks is a stone block, right? Rock. Then you do rock dash star. That is in my mind my first instinct. But if I'm guessing you've already tried that. If you're actually working with multi-blocks, on this I don't know. Multi-blocks are very, very specific to which block goes where. I haven't really dove into the multi-block code at all. I've been really afraid of it. But yeah, that's my next task, the next big thing, because the last two machines I use lightly, the last two machines in the LV tier are going to be the creosote oven and the alloy oven, or the alloy kiln, or whatever you want to call it. Those two are going to be multi-blocks. Really, really, really simple multi-blocks. I want to keep it simple because the creosote oven in immersive engineering is just a 3x3x3 of the exact same block. Really dead simple. 3x3x3 of the exact same block, and it's just a big cube. Really, really simple to implement and test the multi-block system. Really, really easy. And that's what I want. That's, those are going to be the first multi-blocks that I implement, and that's going to round out the LV tier. And then the MB tier is going to have a huge amount of stuff. There's just so much work left to do in the mod. People just they just can't figure, like, oh, there's so much work left. Water stills. If you can't recognize block codes, check your domains. If your domains aren't set, the game can be confused because if your own blocks are in and you don't set a domain, it's not gonna see that, because if a domain isn't given for a block, it assumes it's base game. So the game domain. So you have to go through and if your multi-block JSON references, so like water still, right? That's assuming game. And if in there you have a block code that is your block that's in a different domain, you need to put the domain in there. Because when it does the asset location, it maps those to an asset location. It assumes game if there's not one. So you have to put your actual thing in there, your actual domain. It breaks it if you use domains. So yeah, the weird @ symbol, the JSON side of things, I'm functional at, but like this, right? Shape by type is this domain. Vintage engineering, this domain. Even though this is in the vintage engineering domain, just to be sure, I make sure that it knows the domain. And down here is game. So these are all the sounds, game. Outside of that, yeah, I apologize. I haven't gotten into the multi-block stuff. I don't know. I don't even know where that at line would go in the multi-block whole grand scheme of things. I would ask, like, what multi-block are you building that you can put both water, salt water, rock, and muddy gravel in? Like, what Those are vastly different blocks, and some of those are actually fluids, which would go on a different layer. Like what block are you putting in there that it's not recognizing? Right? Because those are all base game blocks, and you said it works for that, but it doesn't work for your own blocks. So if domain doesn't work, is the multi-block defined in the game domain, or is the multi-block defined in your own mod's domain? Because if you look at if I go to vintage mod assets, you can see I have two domains. I'm using game and a vintage. Game I'm using for all of the Catanary mod stuff, right? Because I eventually, once the bugs are fixed, want to submit the Catanary mod as a base game mod system. Because Catanary mod is generic enough where you could use it for rope if you really wanted to. And so I have everything associated with everything that I want maybe to submit to the base game in here. So that's all it's all in the game domain. And then the vintage engineering domain is my mod. This is all that stuff. But because I use both, if I go to recipes, grid, I actually have a wire relay recipe in vintage because the Catanary mod does not include any recipes. Like, it defines everything, but it doesn't implement them. So the wire relay, right, has different domains associated with it. Glass slab and vintage engineering, the LV relay burned, like a smelted or a kiln-fired clay LV relay base, and then it gives me the game LV relay, LV power up. So this is the wire relay defined by the Catanary mod, but I'm using my own vintage thing, right? So I don't know, as far as like multi-blocks, again, I have dipped my toe into multi-blocks just to get a feel for how insane it's going to be. And it was insane enough that I actually started the pipe system first. So yeah, there's so much to do. There's so much work left, which is why I updated the mod yesterday on the mod DB to 1.4, 0.1.4, because this is going to take me a few weeks. Unfortunately, I'm not going to have weekly builds, unfortunately, for the patrons, for a while, because this is a lot of work. This is a lot of work. Okay, so we are going to need a string or something to define which direction we are going. This dot code. So the code is this. That would be an easier way to do it. Yeah, my main counselor, my main feedback is to start as base as you can, get it working, get it actually working. Whatever you have to do, strip out whatever you have to do to get it actually working. Then, from that baseline, start tweaking it and seeing what exactly breaks the system. Rather than starting with a mess and trying to figure that out, start base and build until it breaks. And then there you know what is breaking it, what specifically is breaking it. I mean, who knows? It could be as simple as a typo. I've had that happen to me. Something isn't working, and for an hour I'm going around and around and around trying to figure out what it is, and there's a typo in the JSON, and I'm like, shh. You know. So yeah, start base, build up until it breaks, and then you know exactly what it's breaking, and then you can research that specific issue. Figure out what exactly and why. Look at base game stuff. Look at what other people have made. I've downloaded mods from the ModDB. I had no intention of ever playing with them, but I downloaded them to look at them to see how they implemented something, because they obviously figured it out. So if there are mods out there, that have solved this, right, then look at those and say, well, how did they solve this? What did they use? Try to figure that out, and if that gives you any inspiration or any epiphanies, then great. But yeah, if it's been solved already, check out what they've done. Could be
to reinvent the wheel.
Right. I mean, it could be as simple as just dumping everything into the game. If you can't put a domain in a block reference, then you were going to have to define that block under the game domain, because there's just no other way around it. There are some weird limitations like that with the game. And when you run into them, it can be frustrating, because I've run into several instances of frustrating things. But yeah, I mean, that's kind of what the feedback I give there. Anyway, let's do this here. Let's see. We want to do protected string. Let's do face code. I never know what naming convention to use. If you look at my objects, I know it probably aggravates. It probably aggravates so many programmers if they look at my code, because everything is prefixed with a underscore, right? So I'm like, I like doing this because it really makes sure that I'm not going to, duplicate those variables. And then I do this where it doesn't do that, right? I should go through the entire mod and just normalize everything like that. Whatever. This is also going to need a GUI. I haven't built the GUI yet. I don't even know what to do about that. But the face code here, inventory class name, this, I need to output pipe node dash plus face code plus dash. Okay. Let's do extract node face code dash, because this is going to be supplemented with the block position, right? So XYZ block position will go after this. It'll be inventory class name plus block position, et cetera, et cetera. The face code, right? The face code, I should be able to, that'll make it unique. So the block position plus the face code makes that name unique. So that should take care of the inventory class name. And I know I could also do this. I do love C Sharp's functions, but I can do that. The string interpolation, oh god, such a nice feature. So nice. So that is that. And then drop contents. Really, really simple. And there's a whole bunch more code that's going to go into this, of course. But if we look, I know there's probably a really simple way of doing this. Dun, dun, dun. Oh, here's your block multi-block. Yeah. Block entity container, drop contents. Let's analyze this. Implemented by block entity container, block entity openable container, inventory.drop all. Right? So I also am going to need position. Well, that gives me the position. Vector 3D. Okay. The max stack size automatically gets set to 0, so I don't need to actually include that when you have default values in there, so it's nice. Yeah, okay. So that is really basic. GUI dialog, block entity, unblock, unload. Yeah, see, there's a lot of like block entity openable container. There's a lot of code in here. Not all of it, but a lot of it that I'm going to have to not copy, but try to get close. So here is your initialize. Let's save iCore API. And we're going to do public void initialize iCore API underscore API. Well, should I do the... Let's do the underscore up here. Like that. API equals API. Okay. Because remember, this is not actually a block entity. This is a very custom object, very, very custom object that we are inventing for this function because we have to, right? This is a sub-block basically object. It's not a block entity. The block entity itself is going to have to save this, so we're going to need a to and from tree attributes to be able to save it, which saves the inventory, saves the settings, that kind of stuff, right? And then the pipe upgrade, we're going to have to be able to manage that. Like, we're going to have a lot of classes in here. So this.inventory, late initialize, dot late initialize, inventory ID, string inventory ID. So if we do this and this, we could probably do inventory class name. Well, do we even need... Yeah. The string.concat. Ugh. Whatever. It's so much easier to do. Well, if I do... inventory class name. So that ends in a dash. So then I could just go position X, position Y, position Z, and those are, we already have the dash. If we are going to need the position. So why did it was right and then it was wrong. See how the auto IntelliSense, like, it's so good. It's so good. Okay, so position dot x dot two. Well, I don't even need to do the two string. I don't. Position dot x and then slash position dot y slash position dot z. Okay, that initializes, right? That initializes the inventory, but now inventory base, I think there is an initialize in here. There's a late, okay, there's a late initial. I thought there was an initialize. You can initialize an inventory base with no parameters. Yeah, so I'm going to need, well, my pipe inventory is part of the inventory base. So I'm inheriting a lot of that. But what does late initialize actually do? Class name, inventory ID, inventory ID dot split. Class name is the 0. Instance ID is the dash. So, inventory, let's actually put the class name in. Pipe inventory. That's the actual class name. But it's splitting on the dash and we have 2 dashes. So how about we do... How about we just do another slash? That might bork something if it ever splits on the slash. And so the instance ID is the rest of it. So it's taking pipe inventory, and then the rest of it is instance ID, which is the face code slash XYZ. I mean, I could. Anyway, let's look at the rest. Inventory network util. Okay, we're inheriting that. After blocks loaded, resolve blocks are items. This is fine. This automatically has a to and from tree attributes. Okay, and I just felt a cat on my rubbing against my leg. Thank you, cat. I don't know. God damn it, cat. Jesus. Every time I get up out of my chair, this happens. Every time. It's like clockwork. She thinks it's go time, but it's not. I'm just hoping right now that there's no attempt to split. I could look at instance ID and analyze that, read by get inventory ID. Okay. Okay, that's fine. As long as it doesn't try to split. And it doesn't look like there's anything that actually tries to split that. Can you see the tail in my face there? Yeah. So, yeah, it's protected, so it's not going to get anything outside of that. But let's see what derived. Inventory current, inventory smelter, inventory trader. Interesting how few inventories there are in the game, right? Inventory base, just my mod alone expands that to over twice the number of inventories because all of my machines have inventory base as their main inventory. They're derived from inventory base. So there's only 6, 7, 8. Yeah. There's only 8 of those here. And I've got almost 8 machines. I think I have 8 machines if I looked at it. So yeah, I doubled the number of inventories just for my mod. Okay. I think this is okay having a slash here. I think that's okay. I don't see any major problems with that. I could remove this and just add this. That way I know. Okay. So that's initializing the inventory. We're initializing it with the block position. And this is the block position of the pipe, right? It's a block position of the extraction node, not of the connection. Connection is a wholly different set, wholly different thing. The drop contents is good. Pretty sure this is also called when you break the block. Maybe? Drop contents is called from the block entity container. Oh, the purrs. The purrs are real. Oh, I wish the microphone would pick that up. If I try to move the microphone down to her, she would immediately stop purring. I've tried it. Let's see. Bitrate of 0. What? The audio stream's current bitrate. What? Is the audio broken?
Let me check.
We recommend to use an audio stream's bitrate of 128. I don't know what my bitrate is set at for OBS. Is
I can definitely hear you. You sound like you might be a little fuzzy, but that also could be my connection. So I don't know what's up.
I mean the error went away. I think it's just YouTube being YouTube. It just doesn't. Yeah. You think by now they would actually be able to do this stuff with minimal problems, but Drop slot if hot. Okay.
Drop it if it's hot.
Drop it if it's hot. Drop it if it's hot. So initialize. What else might we need? We need the face code in here. Right? Because that, it's kind of important to have this and this. Just trying to figure out like what else we might need here. Remember the upgrade object is the thing that holds the details, which is going to be in the inventory. So if we do, and there's going to be a whole lot of other things in here, because we need slot modified, we need GUI open and close, we need GUI communication, we need to be able to report or at least communicate tick rates, update ticks, whatever rate we need. We need to be able to get those ticks. So yeah, there's quite a bit in this extraction node. So if we want to do public item slot upgrade get return filter. Now, so I have a set on these. I don't think I should. But am I going to need them for quality of life, like just right clicking? Like if I have an upgrade in my hand and I just right click it, do I need a set to just be able to pop an upgrade in there? No, I don't think I do, because I'm going to have a public void on right click. Let's look at block entity. On player right click right here. Yeah, close sound, open sound. Those are quality of life, like little features that I'll worry about later. Little things like that. Right now, I want to get something that actually is testable in the game soon. The more code you write without testing, the more likely it is not to work. um, so on player, right click, player, and block selection. Okay, on right click. Is it iPlayer? Yeah. iPlayer. And is it a void? It's a bool. Um, I'm trying to make this generic enough where it doesn't matter what kind of what kind of pipe it is. Like I want to be able to use this extraction node object for all of the types of pipe, but have very specific functions that I can override in like the item pipe extraction node. I'm not sure how to do that though, but um, there's no indication as to why there's a bool. Might have to do that, but let me used by on block interact. This is a behavior. Interesting. Where's the Okay. Not sure what that means. But I think if we return false, I don't know. The interaction events in the game can be a little confusing, in my opinion. So, do I, in a random machine block entity? No, let's do. Yeah, random machine block entity. Do I have? Yeah, I do capture the slot modified event. So if I go to initialize, hmm, okay. Oh, it's the constructor, the crusher. Interesting. So the difference here is how am I going to handle this? Inventory crusher. So it initializes the inventory with nulls as their setup, and then it does modified. Then if it when it initializes, so I don't know. There's not a lot of information for this game on the order of operations. At what point does it call this, and then what point does it call this? Um, so this method is called right after the block entity was spawned, or right after it loads from newly generated chunk, but is called after the from tree attributes. So the from tree attributes can actually initialize all the variables. But it also does the late initialize. The difference with this is automatically done for me. And this won't. I'm going to have to ensure that I do very similar things with this. So I have to be very, very careful with how I manage this. So I can do public pipe extraction node. And then slot ID. Okay. Oh, there she is. She was super relaxed. Looks like she was falling asleep, and then just leaves. It's like legs were all stretched out over mine. Like she was cute, but she doesn't stay there long when I'm talking. So if I public, I think this is a void. Yes.
You know, it makes me wonder, is she just old and set in her ways? So she doesn't, learn that what you're up to, or?
Um, I don't know. I don't know why my talking does that. Because when I'm like yesterday, I was sitting here programming for hours, and she was just fine. But as soon as you and I
Yeah.
started talking, she was gone. So she'll stay if I'm not talking. It's for some reason my talking disturbs her enough where she moves to somewhere else to sleep. Not that the back of the couch she hears me any less than if she was in my lap, but yeah, I don't know. Like my dad, like there are certain things, certain behaviors of hers that I know were because my dad had her for the first 6 years. And my dad loves teasing animals. Not abusing them, just teasing them, right?
Yeah.
Just messing with them. And I have never teased the cat. So, I mean, for the first year that I had her, she was on edge all the time. Like very, very much on edge. Because my dad was not I never saw him be gentle and loving to the cat. Like just have her in a lap and petting her, like just calmly, like just having the cat. Never once did I see him do that. And so it took her a long time. She already knew me as somebody who was capable of that, because that's one of the reasons why he gave her to me. I would go visit him. I'd drive down and visit him, and she would jump up into my lap and start purring, and I'd pet her. Never once did I see my dad do that. Every time he picked her up, he'd tease her in some way, shape, or form. So it took her a good year to sort of acclimate to that and not be as on edge. A lot of her other behaviors, I think, are just cat behaviors. Being a cat. There's I've had a lot of cats over my lifetime, and they all kind of are. They all have their own idiosyncrasies.
They definitely have their quirks.
So yeah, a lot of that is, it is what it is.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there, I go to Crusher, is there a, yes, there is an on removed, and there is a base. Interesting. Shouldn't this unsubscribe to the event? Now I'm a little concerned that every single machine is causing some weird. I haven't gotten any notifications of memory leaks, so that I don't think it's that, but the fact that these machines don't somehow unsubscribe, because remember, the process of subscribing to the event, if I can find it, there it is. This plus equals is adding to this. This is basically a list of delegates or actions. It's just it's just an array. This is adding to that. Okay, but if I break the block, the inventory itself goes away. So I think that's fine. But I may drop contents. Drop contents. I need to override this. Because this was drop on falling. Drop, upgrade, and filter if drop, upgrade, and filter for this node. Position to drop at. Typically, this is the block position. Vector 3D is just, you can actually convert a block position into a vector 3D pretty easily. On player right click, this I need to basically return true. Just so it gets rid of that. I try to always make, at least I try to make my code compilable. So there's no major warnings or errors. Not that it's finished, it's just, it's compilable at the very least. Okay. I'm gonna have to compare. I don't like block behavior. Block entity. I should add a bookmark on block entity openable container. Yeah, let's add a bookmark to this if I don't have one already. Drop contents, inventory drop all, initialize, pretty much the same as I'm doing. Unblock removed. So this unblock removed is called basically whenever the block is removed. So you can, if you put an explosive next to it, it'll call this. I think it calls this. It's different from unblock broken, I think. Unblock unloaded. This is a thing. On player right click. Unreceived client server packet. I'm gonna have to do something with packets, I think. Because right now these are done automatically. The inventory or the GUI, right, sends an inventory packet, and this is automatically done. And because I am not using block entity for this, I'm going to have to replicate quite a lot of this to manage. Because the inventory network util, I don't know what initializes this. If we do late initialize, So late initialize does create that. It's gonna be a little fiddly, but you kind of get the idea of what I'm trying to go for here. The GUI, I'll have to design the GUI at another time. I'm really hoping that I can show but disable certain GUI elements, right? So if you put let's say all the GUI elements you see when you open the GUI. So you have a slot for the upgrade, you have a slot for the filter, you have a couple drop downs, right? A drop down for the distribution mode, and whatever else. I don't know what, I can't even remember anymore. Yeah, that was it. The delay and the rate, those are done in JSON. So you have a slot for the upgrade, you have the slot for the filter, you have a drop down for the distribution mode. Now the upgrade slot will always be available, but the filter slot and the drop down for the distro will only appear or only be interactable, or should only be interactable depending on the filter or the upgrade you put in. So like the base upgrade, those won't be enabled. Second upgrade, I think the distribution can change, and then the third level upgrade unlocks the filter. And the whole filtering thing, I mean, that is a whole other mess. That's going to require its own GUI, its own thing, because you'll be able to hold it in your hand and right click and pop the GUI up regarding the filter and set the filter, and then put that, and that'll have to be saved somehow. The filter settings will have to be saved with the attributes of the item of the filter, and then that will go into the inventory for the filter. So a lot, there's tiers of to-dos, right? There's tiers of things that I need to get done. The first one is being able to build the blocks in the world and having them have the shape, alter. Funny thing with the shape, everybody. So I ran the math, and a single pipe block. If you're thinking to yourself, well, why not just have a shape that you manage, like a shape for every combination of direction and use, right? So you have 6 directions. Any one of those can be one of 2 options. It can be a regular connection or it can be an extract, right? So you have 6 directions, independent, and then each one of those has 2 options. How many combinations of shape do you think that actually would require? If you didn't want to manage the unique shapes, which would be many, and then all of the orientation. If you just built shapes for every combination, it's 76,096, I think. 76,096 or 92. 76,000 combinations given 6 directions and 2 options. That's your number. And I could point out all the math involved, but ChatGPT actually helped with that because it's good at math. But yeah, it's number of permutations, number of options per permutation. So the base is, if it was just one option, the base would be 6 factorial. 6 times 5 times 4 times 3 times 2 times 1. Which is a lot. That's like 720, I think. Something like that. 760, something like that. But then the 2 options for each one of those, that amplifies the number by a lot. Which is why I'm not defining 76,000 shapes, because that exceeds the number of blocks that are in the game, in the base game. Even like by a lot, right? It's a lot. I think the last mod pack that we had, that we streamed a few months ago, that mod pack with bricklayers, with a couple other various mods, was like 16,000 blocks. 16,000 unique blocks. So imagine if this mod added 76,000 more blocks just for this feature. That would be insane. So not doing that, obviously, that would be horribly inefficient. That's what Tyrone, like, because I asked Tyrone, I was like, can you think of any other way of doing this besides building the shape at runtime programmatically? And I don't know how good his English is. I honestly can't decide how good his English is, because I don't know if he fully understood what I was asking, or if he even thought about it for more than 5 seconds. Because I laid it out. I was like, each direction, each of the 6 directions can be used and have 2 options. So simple, even back of the napkin math, even if you tried to like estimate it, if you said 6 factorial plus 6 factorial or something like that, it would still be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, over 1,000. 6 factorial plus 6 factorial is 1,400. So just your baseline back of the napkin estimate would be thousands of iterations. Impossible to do with distinct shapes or even rotations of shapes. Because he responded immediately, not immediately, but he responded, check out the way that I did fences. And fences have shapes, but they also have rotations, right? Depending on a number of connections. So he has a 2, he has a 3, and then default is like 4, right? You don't need a rotation for 4 fences. But I'm also adding 2 more up and down. So there's 2 more tiers. There's 4 connections and 5 connections, and the default would be 6 connections, right? So now there's another couple tiers of these, and if you look at the fence code in JSON, the number of variant groups is extreme. And so just fences alone add an enormous variety of blocks. And so he's like, oh, check out my fence implementation. And I'm like, I responded and I said, that is not going to be possible because there's 76,000 iterations of these shapes, right? You cannot generate 76,000 different shapes and store them in memory. It's just not. So you have to change the way you think in terms of like the number of different options. You have to change that mentality of, you just define finite numbers of shapes and you just swap the block out for what you need. It's like, no. So that's why this is more complex of a problem than you initially just assume. Because there are a lot of little quirky things regarding this. I would like to know. I haven't looked into it at all, but it would be nice to be able to find how the create mod manages its pipes, the pipe system, because you're given one pipe item and that pipe can go in any, you can put that in any orientation. And you can also, if it's a straight pipe, you can right click it and get a little window in it. So there's that kind of functionality. But it'd be interesting to know how they programmatically did that. But I'm assuming that they did the same thing the pipes mod does. And the pipes mod uses built-in Forge voxel shape system, which Vintage Story doesn't have. There's not a simple library to just plug in shapes and get the mesh out. You have to do it manually. which is why in my pipe shape here, I have this. If shape dirty, rebuild shape. And this code will actually rebuild the shape, and then the mesh, right? The mesh data, this will be saved. And I probably, actually, what I should do is change that to a mesh ref. Right? Mesh ref is a really simple object. If I find it on here, right? Very, very simple object. The mesh ref here is, I can't even, multi-draw by texture. I can't even. High disposable. I thought for sure there would be a variable in here. So the mesh ref isn't the actual mesh. It's a reference to the mesh that's on the video card, right? So the dispose is a vitally important. It's important, because you want to dispose of that. Otherwise, it's a video memory leak, and it's bad. So having the mesh ref here, because when you upload the mesh, I'm gonna have the mesh data anyway. We're gonna rename this to mesh ref. I'll play around to see which one is the better way of going there. Because in the shape, in the rebuild shape, this is gonna rebuild the mesh, and then it's gonna have to dispose of the one that's there, and it's gonna have to upload the new one and do it. But this isn't gonna draw the mesh. This is just going to rebuild it. And then there is a function on tessellation. Okay, this, right? This is the actual, like, what tessellates the shape. This is what the actual thing does. But it runs on a separate thread, so you got to be careful. You got to be careful with what you access here. And it says, make sure the fields and methods you access inside this are thread safe. I have no idea how to do that. I don't know what it means when it says thread safe. If anybody out there knows, let me know. How do I ensure they're thread safe? I've used this in several places in the mod. I know three for sure that I use them. The metal press, the extruder, and the forge. They all three add mesh shapes to their model. So this, I know, have three, and I've not run into any problems. But yeah, that is where you add the mesh to the mesher here. Terrain mesh pool. I would add this mesh, right? And you just add the mesh. Anytime the chunk is tessellated, which I think is every time you change the chunk in some way. right? You build something, you remove something, you change something. Like, I don't know how often it runs, but I really want to limit the number, like the processing that happens. So I want to be able to send the mesh, right? Send the mesh to the tessellator, so I think I need the mesh to do that, because mesher, there's a mesher.add mesh data, right? So you just pass it the mesh data. So yeah, that is, I think I'm going to need the mesh, not the mesh ref, because the mesh ref, this is what you get back when you upload it to the video card, and I'm not adding a renderer to this. So yeah. Anyway, I can't even remember what I was working on. Onslaught modified. Okay. So we go back to openable container. On block removed. So public, is that a void? Yep. Void on block removed. Passed in nothing. Okay. I want to do inventory. Bingo. On, let's say instead of block, on node removed. Let's be specific about what we're actually doing. So we are removing the slot modified, because this might communicate with the block entity at this block position. We could, well, yeah, let's wait on that. I would love to, I would love to really master the art of the generics. Like the pipes mod, whoever wrote that mod really understood generics and utilized them to great effect. And my mind just isn't there yet. Or because when I first started using .NET, generics were not a part of .NET yet. Generics just weren't there. So I never really learned from the start how to use them. Okay, so on node removed, and then drop contents underscore position dot to vector 3D. Right? On node removed, takes this out, drops the contents, if any, right? Inventory to drop all at the position. And you do this little increments at a time. These should be at the top. How did those get way down here? These should be way up here. I don't know how those got so far down, but okay. Now so you remove this, you drop the contents. This does not have, do I need to dispose of anything? Nope. I might need to do other things here. GUI, yeah, okay. So the GUI, The GUI is going to be super simple. Yeah, 2 item slots and a drop down for now, I guess. Need to take another bio break. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I'd get more done if I didn't drink so much coffee during these streams. Okay, so we got a good skeletal system here for pipe extraction node. Now, I would like I'm just thinking, okay, initializing the block entity. I want to make sure because if we go over to this, right? So what I'm looking at is doing something like this. Right? So this then has to be initialized. This array has to be initialized somewhere. So if we go down to initialize, so here's an interesting little thing that I did here. So these 2 lines, this line here and this line here, do the same thing. If this equals null, this equals new bool. This does the same thing. Connection sides. This question mark equals is a great little shortcut that says if connection sides equals null, then do this. If it does not equal null, don't do this. Just ignore it. That's what this does. I actually had to look it up because I had never seen this before. So this call, this operator is a null check, and if it's null, then it evaluates this side, right? So I left these other ones in here so I could show exactly what these do. So I could do the same thing for pipe. Why am I not getting... Oh, just extraction nodes. Okay. It's like that. So if we load, because remember, initialize is called either when you place the block, when you place a pipe, it calls initialize right away. But if you, let's say you place it and then you leave the area, the chunk unloads, and then you go back, and the chunk loads. It calls from tree attributes. If the block, every block that exists, it calls from tree attributes, loads whatever that does, and then it calls initialize again. Right? So if we're loading values from tree attributes, if we're already loading these things, then we need to not override the arrays, because the arrays might be loaded from the tree attributes, which they will be. All of the data will be loaded. I don't know. I really am curious to know what optimizations, because these are Booleans. These are basically like bits. I could easily have all of these, right? A bool, because we're only using 6 sides. I could take a literal single byte. If I really wanted to optimize this, I could take a single byte, and then each bit in that byte would be a single side. So then I would just have to do bitwise operations to figure out which side it is. It would be a little bit unoptimized. But the compiler might do that for me. I have no idea how it would optimize this. In the end, I think what it does is bools are single bytes themselves. So this would be 6 bytes for these. But I'd be curious to know how the compiler actually optimizes this. Because there is a way that I could do all 4 of these with 4 bytes. These not so much, but yeah, all 4 of these could be done with 4 bytes. Rather than what I think it's going to do. Oh, yeah, I shudder to think of how wasteful this could be compared to how you could optimize it. Because you could just look at the bytes, right? You could just use bitwise operations to figure out which face it is. Northeast, southwest, up, down. You could just have 6 flags. 6 flags. 6 flags in the single byte. But again, the byte, if I did a byte, that might save as an int. So it's already saving as a 4-byte value. Even if I declare it as a byte, I might save it to disk as an int and just converts it when it loads into memory. I don't know. If you want that kind of control over your program, you usually program it in C++ or assembler. Then you get full low-level control over what it actually is doing behind the scenes. You just kind of have to trust the compiler in this instance to do the right thing. But initializing this, an array of 6 of these, remember, I'm not initializing the ones individual. I'm initializing the variable to be 6 of them, right? All 6 of these initially are going to be null, right? Every value is going to be null. They're not going to be instantiated. So they're going to take no space, really. They're not going to really take any space. Because each index 0, 1, 2, 3, it'll just be null. There's not going to be anything taking up that space. So this alone is not going to really take any memory. So we could have 1,000 pipes with these initialized, and they're not. It really doesn't take that. It's not really going to take memory because most of the pipes are going to be null anyway. Only the directions that are extraction, the extraction side. The extraction sides and the same index true here is going to have a value here. Now I could eliminate this and just have this, but this is a really easy thing to index into, and I can look at a bool array really fast, then detecting if this is null, indexing into this. So I'm going to keep it for now. I don't think it really hurts a lot. But yeah, So extraction nodes, pipe extraction node. I think we're going to be able to get away with having a generic extraction node for all of pipes. I think if somebody out there has a use case that goes against that, then let me know. But this, yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to have individual item pipe extraction node, fluid pipe extraction node. I am definitely gonna have to do those. But this array doesn't change because pipe extraction node is still a pipe extraction node. I just have to make sure all of my base stuff is in here. So in the end, public void update tick float delta time. Right? Update tick for this extraction node. Time in seconds since last update. Yeah, delta time is a floating point number in seconds since the last update. Now, this update tick will change depending on the upgrade level of the actual pipe extraction node. So this update tick will vary depending on the slot modified. So in here will be a detection. It will be a detection on the upgrade tier, which tier of upgrade it is, and I'm going to need a function. How am I going to map the update tick to the node? The block entity has a built-in function. If I can find it. Register game tick listener is part of the block entity. So this is an automatically tracked and managed list. Okay. That is automatically cleaned up when the block is broken. So this tick handlers is part of the block entity object. Right? So all I need to do is register game tick listener and register the actual routine that it's calling. So what I can do is, because each individual extraction node is going to be tied to the block entity, right? So the extraction node, either, I don't 100% know if I need to retain a reference to the block entity. I don't think I do. Air handler. So you get the listener ID, so that's fine. And it returns the listener ID. So they're just unique. I think they're unique IDs. Yeah, I don't really know. Sometimes it's hard to track those down. But the extraction node, what I was thinking is having, instead of a block position here, having a reference to the block entity that's associated with. But I don't think I need that, because I have the block position already. It's pretty trivial to grab the block entity from that position. I can grab that pretty easily. And I'm already passing in the API, which is kind of your way of doing that. But I think that initializing this, we can already map to the update tick, right? In the slot modified, we can map, if we add a pipe base call, mark pipe dirty, rebuild shape. I've got a lot of functions in here. Rebuild push connections. That's one. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about that one. But rebuild shape can connect to, these are virtual. So can connect to is going to depend on which type of pipe it is, which is why it's virtual, because you can override it in the next pipe. But I think we're going to need a public long add extraction tick event with a int of delay ms. Okay. Now this, oh yeah, I need to pass in. Oh, I got a cat here in my eye. Oh. I need to pass in the function that's called on the tick event. So I need to pass in action float tick event, right? Does not return a value. Yeah. The tick event doesn't return a value. Yeah. Wait, what just happened to my, what? Stop with the thing. This add extraction tick event, delay milliseconds, there's the tick event. This dot register game tick listener tick event delay ms, and I never do the delayed offset. I don't know what that's for, but it return this, because this will give me that listener ID, which is then returned. So it's the, I'm returning this back up the chain, and I could register tick. What is unregistered game tick listener? I need to pass in. So I think in the pipe extraction node, this another thing I can protected long listener ID. And of course, like I said, I am horrible with naming conventions. These are all underscored. These are not. I know it probably irks a lot of people. It irks me. It really does. I really should go through and normalize all of my values. But this listener ID, for onNode removed, like I need to add extraction tick event, public void remove extraction tick event, long list. Let's do LID, listener ID. Boom. I don't know how it knows. I don't know how it determines the things and the stuff, but man, is it really good. So the remove extraction tick event, this is, it's important. You do not want lingering tick event things out there. You just don't want them. So on the node removed, we remove our call to the slot modified, which, it is what it is. We don't maybe necessarily need to do this because when we remove this completely, the memory is going to be cleaned up anyway. So the inventory slot modified object will be cleaned up by the garbage collector. So we probably don't need to do this, but I don't think it hurts anything because when we remove the node, we'll call this, if somebody like right clicks or shift right clicks the node to pop the node off, this is what's going to be called, right? It's going to pop that node, and I need to have I need to have something that is called that does that. So we need to, clean up the inventory, drop whatever inventory contents that has, and then we're going to need to do the BE pipe base BEP equals API. Nope. Don't I have an API object? Or it's underscore. Yep. See? API.world.block accessor get block entity in POS as BE pipe base. If BE United States is not equal to null, BEP dot remove. Yeah. Listener ID. And then if listener ID does not equal 0. Only do this, right? If listener ID does not equal to 0. If it's equal to 0, then something really weird happened, and you really don't want to, pass in 0 in here. Probably a bad idea. But which is why we save that listener ID, because we need to ensure that we're unregistering the tick listener if this is broken. Now, if we go all the way back up the tree to like the block, right? The block broken event, we need to be able to cast down that event and make sure we clean all of the values up. But the registering of the tick listener, so listener ID does not equal 0. We grab the block entity. Remember, it's a generic block entity. Doesn't matter if it's a block entity item pipe, block entity fluid pipe. It's going to have access to this function, and it doesn't matter what it is. It's a generic call to the base class right here. And I honestly didn't think you could instantiate an abstract class, but you can apparently. Yeah. Because, yeah, this is still abstract. So this unregisters remove extraction tick event, add extraction tick event. So this adds an extraction tick event for a single extraction node for this block entity. Delay is going to be so in the event, like, this is why I'm sort of doing this. By default, let's say you enable, like, if you set a node to extraction mode, right? That's going to trigger a huge amount of code that sets all of this stuff up to default values. So the default values, the extraction rate and delay will be very slow, one object, like one item per second, or one movement per second. And the default, like, distribution will be nearest first, stuff like that, right? All the default values, very slow, nearest first. So we still need to set up, the second you right click to make an extraction node, we need to set these values up, and it's going to register the extraction tick event, right? But it's going to be a delay of 1 second. If we open the GUI then, and we pop in an upgrade, or we just right click the thing with an upgrade, that's going to trigger the slot modified event. And the slot modified event is going to pick up that upgrade. It's going to pick that up and say, oh, the slot that changed was the upgrade tier. So we're going to pull the values from the upgrade, the delay and the rate. We're going to pull those values, or at least the rate. No, the delay. We're going to pull the delay, and then we're going to first remove the old extraction, and then we're going to add a new extraction with the new delay, but it's going to be the same function. The update tick is the same function. And then the update tick is actually a virtual. So when it's overridden in a child class, that's the function that's called, not the generic empty one from the base class. So this is why this kind of programming, for me, just works really well. I can understand these hierarchies. I can understand these call chains. These chains are just, for me, it just makes sense. There are certain aspects of programming that, like 3D rendering and stuff, that are just so abstract, I can't picture what they actually do. And that's largely what I need to do, is be able to picture the logic. Required tick delay event. Actually, the tick handler event function. I don't know. Tick handler function. I don't even know how to describe it. It's an action. Tick calculates a method. Tim Apshler method. Returns the listener ID. Okay. So remember, we can have multiple tick handlers in a single block entity, right? There are some vanilla blocks that do this. There are some vanilla blocks that have like a 3-second delay. At the same time, they have a 1-second delay, and they do different things, right? You update every 3 seconds things that don't change all that often, and then you update every second things that change a lot, like an animation. Or a 1/10 of a second if it updates really, really fast, like wind blowing or something. So you can have multiple tick handlers. So in this kind of space, the most tick handlers that we can have in a single pipe block space is 6. Doesn't make sense. You'd never want to do that, because if you have a single pipe surrounded by machines and all 6 sides are set to extract, where is anything going? There's no inserts, right? There is 0 inserts. Nothing gets done. So it doesn't make sense to have 6, but it's possible. You're right. We can't discount the fact that somebody would try that, and we can't discount that fact. So yeah, this again, up to 6 event handlers, and they can all be different delays, right? You could have 6 extraction nodes and 5 different upgrades in them. So that's 6 ticks. Each one can have a slightly different delay. How the game tree, like how the game engine handles that, I've been afraid of that code, so I've not gone into the actual underlying tick rate. Like, what is because the base game has to have a tick rate, right? It has to have a tick rate. I don't know how fast that tick rate is, right? Because the delay of tick rate, not really sure how that works. Like if it just creates a generic tick handler and it's based on your computer's update rate, like I have no idea. But I'm sure that the base engine has a tick rate that manages all of that, right? So each event has a different offset for how many ticks to go for the next one, right? So if you do a 3-second delay, it's gonna say, oh, it's 30 updates or whatever it is. If it's 10 a second, 20 a second, 50 a second, I have no idea. Somebody knows. Let me know what the actual base game tick rate is. Remove extraction of tick event. Removes a extraction node tick event from the pool. Param name lid is listener ID to remove. Okay, that takes care of that little thing. That's nice. I like being able to, tick off the to-do list. So that was one. Ooh, I hear the wind just howling out there. On node removed. We removed the tick event. The slot modifier, there's going to be a whole mess of things going on in there. If we do this, get... How did I do this? On slot modified, go to definition. Okay, I just straight up slot ID equals 0. Else on slot modified extraction node inventory slot modified slot ID 0 equals upgrade slot ID 1 equals pipe filter. Slot ID modified. Just slot ID equals 0, slot ID equals 1. Because every extraction node is going to get a version of this object, but it's going to be a more specific version, like pipe extraction node. So I could say like I could say this as a base and make it abstract. Not 100% sure on that. The GUI is really, I don't know, because it doesn't, the extraction node is the extraction node. It doesn't matter what it is. The problem is moving items and moving fluid can be slightly different. Granted, they're both item stacks. Everything in the game is item stacks. But when you get into some of the other things, like how do you move gas? How do you move heat? Right? Are those going to be item stacks? Are those going to be just regular values? How about signal? When that comes in, like how is that going to be defined? So I think I'm going to have a base. This pipe extracting node is going to be the base. And then each type on top of that will be a specific instance, right? And that's going to override certain things. But nothing else, like the inventory doesn't change. Because the inventory is always going to be an upgrade and a filter. The filter itself, you'll be able to put whatever you want in the filter. The filter will have separate types as well. Well, maybe how would we abstract the filter? We could abstract it be a code, like just a code and a quantity for a filter, or just filtered on codes and an option of whitelist, blacklist. Those are simple enough. Just codes. So the code would be like water portion or game : water portion. Probably include the domain on that just to be sure. Because it's easy to look at the code of the item and the material, because like fluids, those are all codes. Items are codes. Blocks are codes. I would not imagine gas, even heat to a certain extent, transmissible heat. Right now, the heat are just numbers. Like, I don't know how you would do heat. You wouldn't have a stack of heat. You would have just a number, like a long, or even an int of heat. But the heat going in and the heat out, you could still do code and quantity, like for a filter. That would be easy. Or like filters you could make like super complicated. You could even specify a block position if you want this machine to only go into this other place. Like you could specify that. Do we put a... Do you think it's wise to do a filter on the insertion node to limit what goes in? Because I'm trying to avoid the insertion nodes needing a lot of infrastructure. Because the more things that I have to check, the more things I have to look at and check, the more bogged down the system gets on the tick update, right? Because the code is going to be running at whatever rate the tick is going. And if I'm looking at all these insert nodes, and I have to look at the filter and see, what I have to move, does that match any filter in the insert nodes? Instinct tells me I should support that, at least eventually. But I think I would ignore the upgrade. So the insert node is the pipe connection, right? This I could pretty easily, well, okay, let's ignore that word. Not easily. I could just specify like that. right? Filter slot. Read only. I just put it in there. Like you don't need to be all crazy. So the filter slot, and that would require a GUI. It would, oh my god. Yeah. We will put that on the shelf for now. Pipe connection itself is an insert a pipe insertion connection. Not an pipe, a pipe. A pipe insertion connection. Yeah, so this would then like have similar functionality to the pipe extraction node. So I could even make this more generic and just make this pipe node, right? A pipe node would still have an inventory. The insertion node wouldn't need a listener ID, but the extraction node would. So I could strip out some of these things and then make an extraction node specifically. But if I'm going to make a fluid extraction node, an item extraction node, I don't think I need to, though. Any thoughts on that? Obviously, the pipes mod does that. There are specific types. There's a item pipe type. There's a gas pipe type. And each one of those has extraction function specifically to that type. So instinct tells me that yes, I need to do that. But I'm trying to put as much generic information as I can in here. The filters and the upgrades are universal. You put an upgrade in and it yeah, I think at most, I honestly think at most, the max tier or the second to max tier, because there is an uncraftable upgrade in the pipes mod that's infinite, right? It's a creative mode thing. So the second to last was like the netherite tier. It's 1 stack per tick. And that's it. That's 1 stack per tick. I don't know. Let's see. Let's see if we can track down fluid. No, this would be pipe type. Fluid. Let's see where it's grabbing how much fluid to move. Get fluid in tank, fluid handler. That's probably a high fluid handler. That is probably, yeah, a forge thing. Okay. Get round robin. I'm gonna need a round robin index. fluid in tank. Then it copies it. Why don't you just do a dot copy on here? Fluid handler, I get fluid in tank of J dot copy. That just... Anyway, set amount. Math.min. Minimum of 1. Math.max. Complete amount. Where is... Get rate. Millibuckets to transfer equals complete amount. Get rate. Here. Because the rates are specifically, there's not an upgrade for fluid versus item. It's the same upgrade with the same value of rate. Energy pipe types. Okay, let me look at this. Get rate. Tile entity get upgrade. Right? This is probably coming from, 59. No. It's not calling this one. This is a different pattern of parameters. So where's this one being called? This is a tile entity get upgrade. So this get rate upgrade. There it is. Abstract 30. Get rate. Okay. So this is overridden in each type. So if we go to fluid, we go and we find the get rate of the upgrade. There it is. Get rate, upgrade. There's your upgrade. There's your upgrade tier. So fluid pipe amount get. Okay, so this matches. Okay. There's a separate list for the amount of the upgrade per type. There's the server config. There it is. Fluid amount. This is actually building the fluid amount. What likely defined in range, this 50 is probably fluid pipe amount basic. Yeah. So this is probably millibuckets. Yep, definitely. So millibuckets per tick. So this is always per tick. It looks like. Could have sworn the rate was different. But I'm definitely going to have different rates. Because if you're just scaling one, then you should scale the other, right? So this is 50 millibuckets per tick. Basic is 100. Improved is 500 millibuckets, half a bucket per tick. Advanced is 2 buckets per tick. Ultimate is 10 buckets per tick. So this actually maxes at 10 buckets per tick. And if I did mine
at a max stack size per tick per fluid, it would actually be 50 buckets. And then I could change the delay. I could change because I'm thinking of supporting a thing that does like the like a -1 in the upgrade rate would just be a stack. Whatever the stack size is of whatever you're changing, that would be it. But this actually dot define in range is item pipe ultimate equals builder. What is the builder? Mod config spec dot builder. Holy Lord. I've been meaning to do a config object for Vintage for a while, but I would be able to pull in the fluid side of the child class. I could pull based on the upgrade tier, pull the specific fluid item, whatever. That would be the best way to do that. I think. So let's not worry about that right now. Onslaught modified upgrade pipe upgrade changed. Pipe filter changed. I don't think I really need to do much if the filter changes. Because the update tick will automatically grab the filter, which is why I have it right here. It will automatically grab the filter and pull any values from that. So every tick will reflect the filter, whether it changes or not, or if it even exists. So yeah, that's this. But we're gonna do virtual, so I can override that. On right click, open GUI, blah blah blah. I want a virtual on that as well, in case we have to override that, and a virtual on that, just in case. And a virtual on that. Virtual on that. This is fine. We can always do base.initialize, which we are going to need to do, so we can initialize all the things. This doesn't matter. I'm still pondering whether to... Yeah, I'll leave that for now. I think we've actually gotten quite a bit done today. Believe it or not, it's been pretty productive. And it really helps. I know anybody watching is like, this is not the most engaging, but it really helps talk things through, talk the logic through. It helps a lot. It helps me catch mistakes that I might have put in the code.
Yeah, sometimes you just need to throw out ideas, and the act of doing so helps you figure out problems. It's
Right.
weird.
I need to start thinking about how to handle the pipe networks. Now, this is really where this feature would skew away from the actual pipes mod. Is the pipes mod doesn't have an overarching network system. each individual extraction node is its own thing that ticks. And I could certainly do that. Well, I don't know. I don't know what to expect performance-wise. Because here's a scenario. Think of this scenario. You have a chest. You have a few pipes. Let's say 10. And you have several machines. Let's say they're just like metal presses. Well, they wouldn't. Let's not use metal presses. Let's use log splitters. Now, the chest you have full of logs. The pipe connected to the chest. You right-click that, or you right-click with a wrench, and it sets it to extract immediately. That triggers a huge amount of code that initializes the extraction. Basically what we've been working on. Pipe extraction node. It would see that inventory. It would see the chest. Now the problem is fluids are this is the problem. Fluids are item stacks. I don't know how Minecraft handles fluid. It must handle them differently. Because if you differentiate fluids from items, how do you differentiate fluids from items? Because all the pipe is going to see, it's going to look at the block when you right click to make that extract. It has already determined that block is a valid block to connect to, which is why it gave you the nub in the first place. And the way that it's going to do that, it's going to look at that block and it's going to determine whether or not that block is an inventory based on its classes, right? Block entity container is the base class of everything that has inventory, right? So if we look at chest, block entity openable container. Block entity container. Why did you switch? Okay. Right? Block entity container has an inventory. So if that's true, if it is of type block entity container, and you can see even block entity cheese, how is cheese a container? I have no idea. It's an inventory, like what? I don't know.
Very strange.
Inventory. It's because there's 4 slices.
Oh, of course.
It's derived from the inventory. As item cheese. Yeah, item cheese equals this dot inventory of 0 dot collectibles item cheese. Item cheese dot part. I don't know. It's so cheese, and I'm sure pies and stuff are probably the same way. A block of cheese is actually a block with an inventory of 4 slices in it. And depending on the number of slices in that, it changes how it renders, which is a really weird way of doing it. It's interesting, but it's a really bizarre way. So that was a tangent. So the block entity container, if we look, like everything that is a container, even like crocs, like if you had a crock on the ground, it's still a container. The derived type is like cooked container, right? The crock even a dead crop is a container somehow. So a weird, like,
That makes sense, because if it dies off and had a full harvest, it will keep that full harvest.
but it should. This is a problem. All it would need to do is switch to a block variant of dead crop of that type, and if you break it, it just drops. You just set the drops. So there's a transition speed. Death reason. So it's telling you why it died. Too hot, too cold, or eaten. Whatever. I'm just getting on tangents. So block entity display. Obviously, display means you can see what's in the block entity, which like obviously bookshelves, storage racks, antler mounts, pulverizer, because you can see it, right? So there's some specific things there, but it's still block entity container. There's still some things. So you could technically use this to insert items into, say, the pulverizer. With a instead of using a chute, you could use the item pipe. Somehow, yeah. The other one is, so there's one that's a liquid container. So I could block into liquid. Though this doesn't have any specific interfaces. That's unfortunate. Yeah, it's literally, there's nothing special about this block entity liquid container. Let's see. Yeah, liquid container, barrel, boiler, bucket, condenser. Unfortunately, there's no interfaces that I could actually look at. I would have to actually see if it's this type for a fluid pipe. The openable container, that is what all my machines are at, but they're still, of course, base class container. So if you go all the way up the tree, it is still block entity container. So all my machines. And then there's another really special one that is crazy. I thought it was a block entity openable container, but it's generic, typed, hidden hopper. I don't know what that is. Block entity item flow. That's actually the block entity of all the chutes. Block entity item flow. There's the kern. Block entity kern is an openable container, of course. So is the fire pit. Block entity temporal pocket. I'm assuming, yeah, that's QP Tech. Where is the weird one? There's one that's like open top or something like that. Block entity container. Huh. What's weird? It wasn't the block bucket. It was the block entity. No. Maybe that was just the block. Let's look at the block. Oh, yeah. Okay. Block liquid container top opened. So that was the block. So I was mistaken on that. So block entity liquid container, that might work. Unfortunately, if I look at my mixer, it's a electric BE with fluid. I look at my base, electric, BE with fluid, it just implements IV, or yeah. So that is not a valid thing that I can sort by liquid container, because it would not see my it wouldn't, yeah. So I would have to have some weird like cases in there. I would have to look at the block entity, see if it's a block entity liquid container. If it's not that, I would have to look at it, and if it was my interface. Because remember, a few streams back, it was really confusing because all of the liquid stuff was handled in the block, not the block entity. So the interfaces were this block liquid container base. For some reason, the block is all the interfaces. So I could grab the block and see if it's, you know, any of these. iLiquid interface. So the iLiquid interface is the base game interface for liquids, and then my iteration is an interface for fluids. I think I put that under API, yeah. So this is an interface for fluids for block entities, which also gives me the same sort of functions that the chutes look at, or auto push into and auto pull from. So, if the block is this interface or the block entity is this interface, then the fluid would work. But how do I would have to detect that and then set up the proper extraction node, because then how would you pull items and fluid from a single block? Sort of like my mixer, right? There's an item output and a fluid output. How do you just like, what do you think? Like, how do you determine which one to go for? Which one to interact with? Do you somehow have a weird, crazy version that does both? But the pipes, okay, I guess. Okay, I forgot for a second that it's literally the pipe that you're placing is a fluid pipe. Okay. I was confusing myself for a second there. You actually craft and place the fluid pipe versus an item pipe. So that solves that problem really easily. The only possible issue is the universal pipe, and my mind isn't there yet. I'm not thinking of universal, because that would be yet another type of pipe that could do everything. So in that vein, I would have to come in here, go to enum pipe use, and put in universal. Okay. Not that I'm going to implement that, but I wanted to cover that base in the enum just in case. Okay.
Easy to do now and costs you almost nothing.
Yeah. I mean, it's literally just a line in an enum. It's not a big deal. So, in the case of that example of one chest going into 10 machines, if you don't have a network, the moment you right-click and cause that to be an extract node on the chest, that would trigger a cascade that would jump from pipe to pipe to pipe Every time it hits a pipe, it detects if there's any insertion nodes. If there are, it adds them to its list. Right? So it just jumps until it runs out of pipe. Now, there's one issue is what happens if the pipes connect to itself. If it's a loop, right? Let's say you have a pipe going down and there's just a donut at the end that just loops into itself. How then do you calculate that? Because it branches, so how do you follow that? I have some algorithms that I've got in that I can just reference to spider my way through blocks. That's done. So that's pretty easy. But remember, the second you right click that to make an extract, it spiders through the block, builds, if it isn't built yet, it builds this list here of all of the insertion nodes, right? It's going through, and if it finds a specific block connection that is an insertion node, if it's an insertion side in this faraway block, then it adds that information to this list in my own block entity. So the block entity of the pipe holds all the connections as well as the distance to all of the downstream connection. Now, that's without a network. So if you have another chest on that same line, or down the stream, down the other stream, and you have that chest and you change that to an extract, it does the same thing. It spiders, the same algorithm runs. It spiders through all the pipes, adds all the nodes, and saves all those in the block entity. That is a really straightforward way of doing it. Plus, you don't even have to save. You don't have to save the list, because every time it loads, if there's an extraction node, it just rebuilds it. There's a little shenanigans if part of it unloads, right? If part of the network unloads, let's say you have a pipe network that bridges two chunks, and one of those chunks unloads, right? How do you handle the simulation of the pipes if half of it is unloaded? That would be a shenanigans that I would have to, oh my God. But the baseline is that runs every time you set an extract. That function would have to run and spider all of its way through, detecting block after block after block after block of pipes that are connected. Straightforward. Now I'm leaning towards doing that, because when you add a pipe network, the pipe network would basically be just all of the block positions of all of the pipes in an individual network. The network would have a network ID. All of the block entities of that network would share that network ID. And you would have the network. The network, you'd have to announce when a new pipe was connected or disconnected. You'd have to announce to the network object to announce to that, and then it would just iterate through all the block positions and update somehow all of the block positions with whatever change that was made, whether you added to it or whatever. It would just announce, hey, a block changed in the network, update your stuff. However that does. But I'm not sure, what I'm not sure of is the performance of the different performance of each possible way of doing it. Because let's say in the example of one chest and 10 machines, the pipe network is already set. Doesn't matter if they're extraction or insertion. When you place a pipe, if it doesn't connect to another pipe right away, it gets a new ID. just like my wiring system. So you place the 10 pipes, or you place however many pipes. It generates a network. All of those pipes have the same network ID. Network ID is set unless you split the network. When you set that to extract, now I know all of the block positions already. I don't need to spider my way through to find all of the block positions, right? The network just has a list, an array of all of the block positions of that network. Automatically, they just have them. So then you just do a for each through that, update, whatever list you have with the block entity. You just grab the list of blocks in the network, and you iterate through the block positions, and you build the push connection list from that list, which is why you go down here. I have here rebuild push connections with an array of block positions with the pipe network. This is what I'm thinking. Is if there's a block change, I just call this, and it just says rebuild your connections because this is the new network, right? This block position array, it's a lot of memory being moved around, but a block position object is not a huge object. You have X, Y, Z, some fundamental values there, but it's not a super complex object. So I don't know how much raw memory it takes. There might be a value in here. Sometimes there's a value for the number of bytes. But if you look at this, the actual number of values here, this internal Y is actually calculated. This is returning variables. So really the only variables that are saved or would be saved is dimension boundary, which is a constant. So that may or may not be saved with the object. I'm not sure, but XYZ, right? So you can see the proto members there. What? Proto contract. The way the proto does is it defines what gets saved, right? It's kind of an automatic system. Okay, that's why Y wasn't saved, because it's internal Y, because it's based off of the dimension and some constant. So that's how they fudged the dimension system. Is they're using the Y value, and they're offsetting the Y value by the dimension times 32,768. That's how they added the dimension system without breaking anything. Because and the dimension system is like, which layer? Like, are you on the solid block layer or are you on the liquid block layer? That's basically what the dimension is, I think. And so they just offset Y because Y has an upper limit. You can't have an infinite height world. So I don't know what the max height is. Maybe 2000, 2048, probably. Maybe 1024. I don't know when you generate the world, like, there is definitely a max height. So proto member 2, and if I find the X and Z, probably on the bottom, because this is how this works. Yeah, 1 and 2, or 1 and 3. So X, Y, and Z are the three integer values that it basically stores. The dimension itself can be derived from Y, right? So the dimension, I'm guessing, public dimension is just derived. That's not the public. I don't know. I guess you can't. There's no get dimension? That's weird. Anyway. So it's 3 ints. That's nothing. When it comes to like how much data you have to save. 3 ints. Was that 12 bytes? 12 bytes is easy peasy. So yeah, you're passing in the array of the network, which, is X number of block positions, right? You're passing that in, and then you're just basically going through them all one at a time and seeing which ones have an insert. And if it has an insert, then you just add it to the list, right? You just add it to the list if it doesn't exist. Which oddly rhymed, and so I apologize for that. So again, I sort of talked myself into both ways of doing it. I honestly have no idea which one would be faster. Saving the network, because every block you place, every pipe block you place, it would have to look to see, am I going to connect to any block, any pipes? Just like my wiring system. If you connect 2 wire nodes together, it actually looks at both sides and says, hey, what are my ID numbers? What are my network ID numbers on each side? And it compares those two. If it doesn't have a network ID on one side, but it does on another, it just adds it to the existing network. Same thing would have to be done with the pipe network. It'd be a little bit simpler because there's not as much data that would have to be moved around. Because the wire connections have some specific crazy data. But if I'm just building a block position list of all the pipes, really, really straightforward. And then if you sever, like let's say you have a set of things on one side, you have 20 pipes, and then a set of things on the other side, right? So you have a nice, set of things. Let's try to get on the camera. So you have set of things, 20 blocks, 20 pipes, and then another set of things. All of that is one network. And then you go in the middle and you sever manually. You sever one of those connections. Now we have to separate those two. So any and all extraction nodes on either side have to completely rebuild their insert because now these are 2 separate networks. It's a lot easier to do when you have a single array of block positions that you know exactly where the severing is. You know exactly what block position was severed. So now you can look at those 2 positions and you can say, well, this position and this position now are severed. Now these are 2 different networks. So you just take one and you reset all of the network IDs, and then you say, hey, rebuild based on this array, because it's you know exactly which direction it is. You can just spider through and figure out which blocks, just like I did with my wiring system. So I actually have all that code basically done. And then you just sever those 2 networks, and then each extraction node on either side would then have to rebuild, right? But each block position has the same array of connections. So you would only need to rebuild that for each block position that has an extract node. So it's not an infinite amount. If there's 10 blocks on each side, you wouldn't have to run that 10 times. You would just have to run that however many block positions have an extract. So it's variable on how complex the actual pipe network is. The more complex it is, obviously the more little fiddly bits that you have to take into account. But I'm really leaning towards a pipe network manager with a pipe network object, and the manager controls the networks, just like my catenary mod. But in this case, the manager would be informed with the block here, block pipe base. It would inform the network manager on block placed. I think I have a block placed event here. Yeah, right there. Block placed event. So you place the block, it detects, right? It has to detect the connections around it and inform some network depending on, like, if it detects there's an ID, it detects whatever. Or I could just pass the block placed event to the network manager and do all the code there. That would probably be the the better way to go. Do all the logic in the actual manager than doing it in the actual pipe block itself. Because remember, the pipe block already has its use. So if I just pass the manager the base, this object here, I would be able to determine what pipes I can and cannot connect to. Pretty straightforward. So yeah, so if I do add class pipe network manager, okay. I always set all my stuff to public because I never know who wants to who might want to use it or supplement it or augment it. Pipe network. So the pipe network pipe network pipe blocks, pipe block positions. Should I go straight up underscore naming convention? Pipe block positions. Now, remember, the pipe network is not going to be the thing that ticks the network, because each individual extraction node is going to allow different tick rates. Now, if I standardize the tick rates, if everybody ticks 10 times a second, everybody, then I can make the network tick. But it would still have to tick each individual extract node anyway, right? Each individual extract node can have unique information about it, so it itself would have to tick it, on its own. So why not just kill the middleman and have the things tick on their own anyway? The electric network manager ticks all the electric networks in the game. So that's a big difference between these two network systems. Is the pipe network system, all it's doing is keeping track of all the block positions of all the pipes to make indexing and to make iteration a little bit faster. I think it makes it a lot faster, actually. Like it's able to process the block positions really, really fast. But basically, the pipe network is just a list of block positions, and this will probably grow over time. This thing here, and then the pipe network manager will have protected dictionary pipe networks. So this long here is this long here, right? The pipe network has a network ID. This is a dictionary matching the network to the network ID. It's a way to index into the network based on network ID, which, remember, all the way back, the block entity of the pipe is going to have a reference to that network ID, which saves with the block. It'll save with the block entity when it's saved to disk. So in the case of something gets scrambling, I can always clear. Like if something goes wrong with the network, if like something really weird happened, if I detected a problem, I could scrap all of the networks, right, and then rebuild them based on based on the network ID in the individual like extract node, or the block entity of the pipe. I don't anticipate any catastrophic problems, but you never know. And then this, if you break a pipe, whatever, this can handle, this will be able to handle splitting, merging networks, stuff like that. Okay, and then we have next network ID, which is just a variable that, it just increments every time a new network is built. It just increments behind the scenes, right? You never really see the ID. You see the ID with my catenary mod because it's up in the HUD. You can see the debug information in the HUD because I put it up there so I could help. It would help me debug the wiring system. But same thing I can do here. I can put the network ID up on top and that kind of stuff. But yeah, this kind of thing, pretty straightforward. Public was the block, wasn't it? Yeah. On block placed, world accessor, block position. I don't know. I don't know why. You give me some information here, but you don't give me any information on what this is. I'm going to assume this is the actual block position that we placed. Makes sense. So, world block position item stack. That's the item stack we probably placed from. Notice there's no player information in here. We don't know who placed the block. So this is called after the block is placed. So at least the world and the block position need to get passed. Void. Okay. How do I want to do this? Now, if I look at my catenary system, which I haven't I haven't touched any of this code in a while. No, electrical network manager. Initialize networks. There's a network bytes. Okay, 2-byte array. I'm pretty sure I've initialized. Where is, I have a function in here somewhere. Yeah, network bytes. This is a thing. The serializer util is what I'm looking at here. Network values that to list. Yeah, it converts data into a byte stream, right? That's what it does. It converts it into a byte array. The serializer. So I must have. Do I have proto members up here? Do I have proto? I don't think I do. No. P-value pair. I had to add this code because for some reason it was I don't know why, but for some reason the network ID in the networks themselves for some reason were disappearing. Like I don't understand why. Like the actual network itself, this object was forgetting its network ID. I would debug the code. I would have no idea. It would just in one, I would run the code and debug it, and I would see, and the network ID was there. And I would hit F5 and it would come back in. Boom. The network ID was gone. Like it would just disappear. It was so bizarre. So I was saving networks to disk that didn't have an ID associated with it. Just blank network. Like here's a network, but here's a whole bunch of nodes. None of them have a network ID. It was weird. So yeah, I could not track that down. What was literally erasing the network ID in the network? Because there's only one place that it's set, right? When you create a network, it specifies the ID. It shouldn't ever get overridden. Could not figure out why.
Weird.
Yeah, very, very weird. Let's do network bytes. That's a lot easier. Really, you're not going to... There it is. I was like, you're not going to give it to me? The network ID, it has to be very, very strict on who can access the next network ID because you don't want to mess with that. So network bytes. Well, oops. Initialize network manager, whatever. I mean, the reason why this is all a byte manager is if I go to electric network mod, you'll see that I override the game world save and loaded. And the stored data, right, is done with a byte array, right? It's not regular like tree attributes. That's not how it works, which is why I have everything done via bytes. And I already serialize that, so I don't need to create an exporter for bytes for the long because it's a base type. I don't need to do that. And so, yeah, initialize network manager. The manager itself, let's, instead of doing that, we're going to do networks. And then the next ID. So the network bytes, if pipe networks count is greater than 0. Returns an empty byte array. Or should we just null it? I think I should just null it. I don't know what the serializer would do if it tried to serialize an empty byte array. It would probably not appreciate that. So, if pipe networks.count is greater than 0, which means we have pipe networks, return serialize serializer util dot serialize can't remember. Values, yeah. So I keep thinking this is a different editor for some reason. For each pipe network, net in pipe networks, net dot network it's protected. I'm leery to do the set, but I have to be able to access it. No. For each net that's wrong. Yeah, I need key value pair. What do I set here? Yeah, I have to long So a key value pair, it just matches the long to the pipe network, right? So the long is the network ID and the pipe network is the actual network ID. Now, if at any time in the process of this, the network ID in there somehow is lost. I don't know how, but I've seen it. I've debugged code that it happened. The network ID just reset somehow. This will ensure the network ID just before we use it is set to whatever it's mapped to. Networks.count is greater than 0. Net and pipe networks. Net.value. So the key value, right? Key value. And then we do pipe networks dot values, which is basically the list of values. All the values. We don't care about the keys anymore because those are encoded already inside the pipe network. The dictionary here is just a really fast way of accessing it, rather than having to do a for each. Like if we had let's say we had 20 different pipe networks, and we weren't doing a dictionary. It was just a list of pipe networks. When we passed in, hey, I'm adding a block, or in that case, on pipe block placed, we said, oh, the pipe was placed next to a valid connecting pipe that already has an ID of, say, 20. So we need to add this new block position to pipe network 20. If we didn't do this, if we just had a list or an array of pipe networks, we don't know which one of those is ID of 20. So we would have to iterate through all of the networks until we found number 20, and then bam, we could add it. Doing it this way just means we could just do pipe networks bracket of 20 dot add position or something. And it would just add it to that really fast. Which is why you use the dictionary. It allows you to really quickly determine which object you're trying to manipulate. Because every time you do an iteration, every time you do a for each, it bogs the system down. So I'm very, very sensitive to that. This is a for each, but it's a finite number of networks, right? The ones that are really bad, if you want to see a really bad for each, let's look at this recipe. But consider this every recipe. Every recipe does this. If we go to resolve, that's matches, git gain, code mapping, resolve. Not quite there. Let's look at get name to code mapping. Okay. So what this does is it matches when you add an ingredient to a recipe, you're adding an ingredient code, right? It needs to know how that relates to everything. Trying to find, no, that's not the right function either. God damn it. There is a function in here. I bet you it's hidden behind this. Ingredients of I.resolve. Yeah. This is yeah, it's hidden behind that. So if we go crafting recipe, this is why when I talk on the forums or in the Discord, and I tell people to be very careful with how many freaking variants they add to the game, this is why. Crafting recipe ingredient, this is used everywhere, right? This is used everywhere. And if we go look at resolve, right? This dot type is the block, right? If you specify item type block or item, right? It's just which type of this. It literally iterates through somewhere in here. I know this freaking code is in here somewhere. Resolver.getBlock this dot code. Oh, I bet you it's Yeah, I get confused about where things are. I want to say it was always in matches, but I tried to be as efficient as I could with my recipes, so it didn't do this. But if I look at, say, grid recipe ingredient, I think it's grid recipe dot matches dot resolve ingredients. I haven't done recipe stuff in a while, which is why I'm lost. Anyway, there are somewhere in this tree, I just can't remember where, it literally iterates through every block and item in the game. So it grabs basically all of the blocks and all of the item. I just can't remember where it is that it does that. I can't remember at this point. So my point is lost. Anyway, yeah, it's so bizarre. Maybe it's in crafting recipe ingredient. Nope, definitely not in that one. Yeah, it's somewhere. It's somewhere. Oh, I bet you where it is. Recipe. The base game recipe loader. Grid recipe loader. I can't load grid recipes. Load recipe. This is where I got a lot of that code that I used. I had to tweak it quite a bit. Recipe loader. This is where it's, registering all the recipes. Load alloy. These are the individual recipes. Yeah, this is where I got a lot of that code. But I had to tweak it because I have multiple outputs, and there's literally no recipe in the game that allows multiple outputs. So that was fun figuring that out. Now I'm just frustrated that I can't find where this was. Yeah, just frustrated now. Anyway, there is a spot. There's literally a spot that it just iterates through every block, and then it iterates through every item depending on what type it is. It's in there somewhere. So if you have 16,000 blocks, it's sitting there going through matching those codes until it finds a match. So if there's no match, it literally goes through all of them and says, oh, there's no match. So if you have 60,000 blocks in the game, it's literally going through all of them to match codes to actual objects. So it's really, really unfortunate. I honestly don't know why I did that, but I did it because of the iteration, the for each. That's why. Because I was like, you got to minimize the amount of time it does those. So initialize network manager, we have pipe networks equals serialize.deserialize. I think into dictionary of this, but just knew that I wanted to do that. It's so crazy. And the next ID is next network ID equals serialize util. There it is. how does it? Yeah, the IntelliSense has gotten crazy good, in Visual Studio. Okay, so that is basically loading the network manager, initializing the network manager. This one is pushing out the byte array of all of the networks. Remember, all this is a pipe network. All this is a list of block positions and then the long of network ID. So this long is 8 bytes. And then this is just an array of 12 byte block positions, right? So it's just one after another after another. And block positions they're really supported for low level like byte arrays and tree attributes and stuff like that. Like you can do that pretty fast. So we could do stuff like public void add pipe block position of that if pipe block positions dot contains position not pipe block positions dot add. Yeah, I do this because bugs and stuff. So if it doesn't contain it, so if it already contains it, that's a problem. So this is return true. Well, but let's make this a bool. Return false. Now, if we need to do anything else in here other than this, we'll let the manager manage that. Public bool remove pipe. Look at that. It just automatically knows I want to do it. If yep, that's what I want. That remove. Return true. Return false. So very, very simple. Remove pipe. If it contains it, remove it. If it doesn't, return false. Basically, like, hey, is it successful? Simple. And remember, I really try to just comment on everything. Removes a pipe position from network. From this network. Position to remove. True if false if position didn't. If position wasn't a part of this network. Okay. Add a pipe position to this network. This, I mean, it should never run this. I should only ever call this if the position doesn't exist. If the position already existed, that's a problem. That's a corruption of the network. If I'm trying to re-add a position that already exists, because it's only run when the block is placed. So if it's already placed, how do you? Yeah. So problems. Add pipe, remove pipe. I already allow you to set the network ID to override it. Because really, I want this to be as straightforward and simple as possible. And so, the pipe network, I think if I look at electric network, I might have some proto members. Yeah. So this is actually what that serializer util looks at. So you can see all nodes is the wire node for the electric network. But I have 3 other lists that are not part of that handshake. Then I have the network ID as part of that handshake as well. But I think that's it. So the pipe network, I need to proto contract that adds the proto buff. The proto buff is the library that does that. Proto member 1, proto member 2. Right? So these are the 2 things that are saved. Network ID as well as all of the nodes. So the list of wire nodes, very, very similar. List of block positions. Again, I'm not saving a list of all of the nodes of the block positions. I'm just saving the list of block positions because there could be, up to 6 nodes in that space, and that would just bloat. Those are already being saved on disk by the block entity. All of those connections, so I don't need to resave them on the network because this is not ticking the network. This is just tracking where the pipes are. And adding and removing. Okay, anybody can think of anything else on this? I'll let you grind on that for a second. I'm going to take another quick bio break, and then we'll come back and hit the home stretch of the stream. So, there's still quite so much to do. Yeah, be right back. Here we go. So, all right, gotta have a constructor in there so I can create new pipe networks given a network ID. Really simple initialization for a new network. Now, an existing network, those will be initialized with the protobuf, right? So they won't be newing anything, but yeah, they will. And let's, just peek at my network here. Yeah, there's some, like, of course. I don't need any. I don't think I don't think I need an API initialized in the network. God, I hope not. Is dirty. I don't really use this at all. Is sleeping. I don't use that yet. My electric networks don't ever go to sleep. They always tick. Add node. There's a lot of extra things here. Join. leave. That's the same as add and remove. Remove node. Not sure why I have a join and leave and a remove. Clear. Update. We don't do updates for the pipe network. We're not going to do those. Get nodes, IEnumerable. That might. To and from tree attributes, not really. I don't think these are not used. I thought I was going to need them for the electric network, but then it turned out that the protobuf contract was all byte arrays. So I don't actually use those. So I could do IEnumerable. If I ever needed to iterate through the network. IEnumerable block positions. Because this is protected and I'm not exposing it publicly. I don't know if there's a way to do the get and set. No, maybe not. Let's just leave it. So this will allow me to iterate through all the block positions if and when I need to do that. Public pool join network, pipe network. This network joins with another network. Join this network to a given network. Network. For each position in network, okay. I may need an API, or I need to pass it into here. because I need to grab the block at this position to check. Pipe network. Should I add the pipe type enum to the network as a it would be
I guess I don't know the full relevance to it, but what savings would that give? Would it?
it would save grabbing one of the block positions that I have in the network, pulling the block, looking at the pipe type, saving that, and then comparing that. Although I think that check could be done a tier above this, right? The join network would already determine, oh, these are two separate networks. But looking at each, like trying to grab a random position in a list, I don't know how easy that would be, just grabbing a random block. Because I need to grab the pipe use enum is actually in the block. So I need to grab that and look at the block and say, oh, this pipe is item or this pipe is fluid. The pipe itself will have that, right? But the block positions don't have that encoded. I need to grab the block, whatever that is, as a pipe block, look at it, grab that enum, and then compare that to the network itself to make sure the actual networks are compatible. Because you don't want to add item pipes to fluid pipes, right? The networks are not like, they are separate networks.
About the only one you could do that with would be the universal.
Right, and I'm not even
sure.
Thinking about that right now. That is a whole separate mess. So I think the pipe network doesn't care. It will just add whatever it's given. I think the manager is the thing that's going to take that. But the pipe network, the network itself is all going to be one type. Every node needs to be the type, which is why I think like it might be wise to encode that, because remember, it's just a number. It's just like a byte or an int. I don't know.
Tiny.
So it would be easy to save the use. It would be easy to save that as the overarching type and just compare that, right? Because it would be easy to grab the network, look at the network dot, pipe type. Or pipe type. It's just for me, adding variables like that, what it does is it makes it much faster. If you have one variable that has the type in it, it prevents you from having to grab a random block position, open up the block accessor, grab the block, look at the block, cast it as a pipe, make sure it's not null, then grab the pipe type from that block. Right? There's a multi-step process.
Yeah.
Versus network.pipe type. Just boom. Just like that, you know exactly what kind of network that is. Much faster and much more direct.
Yeah, I think that's the way to go. Because, like you said, it's tiny. And, you're probably not going to have hundreds of thousands of separate pipe networks. So, and hell, even if you did have 100,000 of them, that's like what, 400,000 bytes.
Yeah,
that's
it's
nothing in today's environment.
Yeah, but the network, there's going to be one. Like network, you could have 10,000 pipes in the network, and this would only be one variable. This would be one byte or one int for the pipe use. The block positions That doesn't change. So the number of block positions, you still have 10,000 block positions, right? That's 3 ints. So that's 12 bytes per position times 10,000. You're looking at 120K of block position, or bytes for a block position. And then like literally 1 int, possibly even 1 byte for the pipe use. I mean, yeah. Network.
Yeah, I think you could
type.
probably get away with doing byte rather than int.
Well, I mean the enum, I don't know how to override. I don't really know a lot about the attributes, the compiler side attributes. Yeah, there's a big gap in my programming knowledge, and that is like super high-end enterprise level shit. Like really high-end, really specific like compiler attributes, like what you actually manage in that sort of realm. I don't have a lot of experience with that. I have actually zero experience because I've never been on really large teams developing huge projects that require like really intricate information like that. So I've never had to do it. And if I've never had to do it this stage of my life, I don't know what is out there. I don't know what savings there are. I know there's probably an attribute for pipe for an enum to limit it to a byte, byte attribute or something like that. I could even look to see, like, even in DN Spy, byte attribute. No. Attribute. Bool array, byte array. I don't know. I mean, I know there's probably people out there that are fully knowledgeable and really good at that kind of stuff. I just have never used it. Compiler side optimization attributes. But network pipe type. So we're going to add this and add that. God, I love how this automatically. It just is so good at determining this. Pipe network, constructor, network ID, pipe type, good to go. But again, I'm going to assume when I do a join network, I'm going to assume the manager has already validated the network to merge. So we are going to add pipe position. And then smell that. Yeah, I'm going to assume on join networks that I've already done the due diligence in validating the actual network's compatibility. If pipe block contains position, return false. God, if I could type already exists. False if a position already exists in the network. Given position already exists in the network. Let's do in this network. This is why I add these comments, right? You mouse over this, you can just see it. True if successful, false if given position already. I don't understand people that can write entire blocks of mods, right? We just go to a random value in here. How do you write huge amounts of code and not have any comments? Like, invalidate capabilities. I have no idea. Capabilities? I have no idea how this system works in Forge. Or NeoForge, for that matter. But there's, every once in a while you run into one. But, I mean, the mod has been done for so long. Like, how long have these to-dos have been there? You'd think they'd be done by now, after years of development. Years and years and years.
Yeah, you gotta wonder.
So this could potentially corrupt the network. Because remember, I'm passing in a network which has X number of nodes in it. From 1 to thousands. And I'm joining it with this network. As it's iterating through, that call says if the network I'm merging into, which is this network, contains the new position, right? Return false. I bounce out. Which how about I do this? Bool duplicated position. Okay, that takes care of the possible corruption. Basically, what I did is say, okay, I instantiate the join network. I instantiate duplicated position equal false as the default, which I think it does anyway if you just declare the variable. As I iterate through all of the new positions, if that position exists already in the network we're managing, then that duplicated position equals true. Means we have something weird happened with the networks, and we're re-adding a position we already had, which should never happen. Should never happen. But most of my code, if you look at it, includes weird edge cases like this, because inevitably it's going to happen somehow. But I don't bomb out of the for each. I go through every single one, get to the end, and then I return the inverse of that Boolean. Right? So if it's false, if I get through the whole thing and it never triggers that true, then I take that false and I flip it to true, and that's what I return, which means good to go. But if it's true, which means we have a weird thing, I flip that true to false, and that's what's returned, saying something weird happened. Now, I may never detect that. I could just maybe write out a log entry. If I call this join network, I could I could like just detect, hey, this is false, print out a log entry saying, something weird happened when joining two pipe networks with these IDs or something, like whatever. Like, it doesn't really matter. The damage is basically done. The networks are merged, and really not much else to do. But if I add all these positions, I need to make sure this is set. Where is the best way to set that? Because anybody familiar with the term having too many cooks in the kitchen? Programmatically, having too many places you edit a variable exponentially increases the bugs involving that variable. I mentioned earlier that I had a weird issue where an electric network would somehow scramble its network ID at some point. I have no idea where it does it, but this here is a dangerous thing to have to do. It is very, very dangerous. If you can just override a variable anytime with any place, the more opportunity you give for that variable to just do something bizarre. So locking it down is in my best interest, but I need to be able to set it, because when I do something like this, I'm joining this network with all of these positions into this whatever instance pipe network this is, whatever this block position set is. I'm joining these together. Same with add, right? Same with add. So I need to be able to set this position. I need to be able to set the ID of the actual block entity. But I think I can do that in one step in the manager. Because in order to get the position to actually pass in the position, in order to get that position, I have to grab the block entity. Because that's the only thing that has a position. The block doesn't. The block is generic. Every pipe block, the block is the same. It's the block entity that has unique values associated with it. So the position itself, in order to pass it into the network, the manager is going to have to grab the block entity anyway. So there is the way to set that. And I could add a thing in here that's validate network. It might be a wise thing to do. Validate network would iterate through all of the positions, grab the entities, and validate that the ID is set properly. I don't know in what condition I would do that, but if I did public bool validate network I block accessor BACC validate network for each block okay, so bool is valid equals true. Return is valid. That gets rid of all my squiggly lines. Right. I already pass in the block accessor, right? So this allows me to do if BACC dot get block. Well, let's do this way. Trying to do this as simple as possible, but we need block pipe base pipe equals BACC dot get block of position as block pipe base, BE pipe base pipe BE equals BACC dot get block entity. Okay. So this grabs the block and grabs the block entity. And it tries to cast them, it tries to grab them as the pipe base and as the pipe block entity base, right? If pipe equals null or pipe BE equals null is valid equals false. Okay. If pipe dot pipe use. This is not equal. This dot. God, I hate when I smash my finger down and it's like it hits like 3 keys. It's like no. Network pipe type. So I'm looking at, so this is all this is doing is going to validate the network, right? Validate network. I grab the pipe block entity. If either of those are null, that means the pipe is invalid. The actual objects in the game are not those base objects. I can have many tiers, many child objects. So I'm going to the very base objects. So the way that reflection works is if anything is derived from a child object, the base object is always true. It's always going to be of that type. It could be true of any of the child objects too, or of any interfaces. But it's the base object is that. I could create interfaces and compare them to interfaces if I wanted to really abstract this. But this specific feature for the mod is not really intended to be an API. This is meant to be, sort of a finite feature. So yeah, this is just like, I'm not anticipating anybody implementing 1,000 different, all of the different pipe types. I'm not anticipating anybody doing that. I mean, I don't know who's doing what with my mod. I know that somebody like blatantly copied objects out of my mod and tried to pass it off as their own. Like blatantly copied source code out of my mod, like word for word, didn't even change any variable names. Everything was still referencing vintage engineering, just blatantly copy my code and then put out their own mod with my code. I was pissed. Any code that I have, right? Like most of the code that I've actually blatantly copied is from the vanilla game, right? Because there's no other way to implement that. Like my recipe system, there's no other way that I could figure out to implement the recipe system. It's already done for me, but it was programmed in vanilla game where I couldn't expand on it. For some reason, it was not extendable. It was not made in a way that was extendable. So unfortunately, I had to build my own recipe system. But like they blatantly copied like my UIs, all the stuff that I figured out how to do UIs. It's just, I mean, it was so blatantly copied. It just, oh man. My intention was people to augment, right? Use my mod as a dependency and add features, right? That I'm fine with. Use my base classes, build on them. That I'm fine with. And I don't know if anybody's actually doing that. I put it out there saying, hey, the electrical system is working. Still have a lot of testing to do for multiple tiers, transformers, and batteries. It's not done by any stretch. Still a lot of testing and debugging to do. But it works. If you want to implement some base LV tiered things, you can plug it right in and do that. If you want to do like a farming system for now, just rather than be like, oh, I want a final game HV tier, blah, blah, blah. It's like, no. Start small, get it working, and then we can build onto it later, right? Just little bits at a time, baby steps. Then we can dive into the higher tiers and transformers and batteries and all that kind of stuff. But I don't know if anybody's actually doing that. I've put out a ton of information. I've written up a huge amount of how-tos, how to do that. But I don't know if anybody out there is actually doing it. I don't know if anybody is actually interested in doing it. I know Quentin from QP Tech has shown interest in augmenting and supplementing based on the power system and based on that kind of stuff eventually. I don't know at what point he was wanting to do that, but there's certain things that's like, I don't anticipate anybody doing that with the pipe system. So I need to do all of the work. And if I'm doing that, then why would I build a giant API that's super complex and nobody is ever going to plug into? Like, why would I do that? Okay, so validate. What else do I need to validate? What do I need to validate off the pipe, off the block entity? The network ID. If pipe BE dot network ID does not equal this dot network ID is valid equals false. So this will iterate through all of the block positions, grab the block and the block entity, compare all of the valid information, and I think what I can do, if any of these trigger, then I don't need to compare all of them, right? If one of these is invalid, then I don't need to continue. Well, this one I don't really need because I'm basically done comparing it from here. But the continue skips the rest of the lines and goes back up and redoes the for each, and it goes right back and does the next and the next and the next. It's just a way, because a return here would not work. A return would bomb out of the actual thing, right? The function. So a return you can't use. The continue, if you're iterating through a list, the continue skips the rest and just goes to the next, right? Just skip the rest, go to the next. And then after all is said and done, if any of them are invalid at any point in time, then return that. But it's set to true here, so unlike the other place that I did it, where I basically flipped it, this assumes it's going to be valid. It assumes it's valid, and then if any of these are ever invalid, then it returns false. Okay, so that will validate the network. validate network, ensuring every position is matches network ID, pipe, type, and base objects. So you could, in theory, create your own mod, use my base pipe objects, my pipe base and your pipe block entity base, make your own pipes. This would still work, right? This would still work. It's not based on interfaces, it's based on base classes. That's the only difference. Block accessor for world interaction returns true if network is valid. Well, if all nodes on network are valid. There. Yeah. I don't think I did that on my electric network because it would be pretty gnarly. If network ID equals 0 or network ID equals or less than 0 is valid false. So if the network ID is 0 or if it's less than 0, well, why did I? Oh, man, my brain. Yeah, it's almost time to stop. Less than or equal to 0. Network ID should never be 0. Ever, ever, ever. Should always be greater than 0. Because the next network ID, right, from the manager defaults to 1. Like when you initialize the manager, the next network ID, I can set this next network ID equals 1. So it'll default to 1, right? Not to 0, which is what it would do without this. It would default to 0. But then, because when this object loads into memory, right, it initializes this variable, and then the network bytes, when it actually loads the network from the bytes, initialize network manager, it's being passed the next network ID, which would then override the default value of 1. So it will always default to 1. I can set the network ID to 0 if I need to recalculate. Like if I'm splitting a network, I can set, like, I can iterate through block positions, find all of the connections, and then set all those to 0, or do other whatever shenanigans. Like so I know that if a network ID equals 0, there's a problem. There's an issue at hand. And bad things happened. But anyway, that is the gist of this. Now, I could, on pipe block placed, I'm passing it the position in the world. If I go to the block on neighbor blockchain, well, this pipe network manager might have to be a mod system. I'm pretty sure. Like if I look at my recipe mod system, because that's VE Reg. No, is it loader? Yeah, the loader is the mod system. But yeah, the manager I think is going to have to be the mod system. And there's some variables. There's some things I'm going to have to do in here. iCore API. And it will. Here's another thing, right? My electrical network system and the recipe system, I think. But I know for a fact my electrical network system, the manager is only on the server. It's only the server that manages and ticks those networks. The client does not simulate the network. I'm fairly sure I want to do the same thing for the pipe network manager. I think the server is the only thing that really needs to be updated. For the pipe networks, like I don't need multiple copies of the pipe network floating around for every user. Like that would just be Jesus. Because the pipe tick event anyway is only going to be on the server. The client does not need to tick the pipes. Like the client is just a dummy terminal that the server updates with changes constantly. Anytime inventory changes, slots change, blocks change, chunks change, any of that, it's just constantly pushing to the server or pushing to all the clients. So I don't need to simulate this. I don't need to do any of these ticking on the clients, which really helps FPS massively. But again, I'm trying to be efficient with this so the server doesn't get bogged down. Because, you would open up your log file and you would see just constant like server overloaded. This is why you see that in Minecraft. Same thing happens in Minecraft. If your server's overloaded, it constantly tells you like it took too long to tick. This tick took too long, and it would constantly tell you that. So I'm really trying to be efficient with this, and so only server needs to be ticked. I really wish I could spin up my own thread and do it and figure out a way of the pipe system interacting with all of the block entities, all of the machines and chests and inventories, like on its own thread that wouldn't, you wouldn't have a race condition or a deadlock. It would be nice to be able to do that, but I don't know how to do that. Nor is now the time to learn how to do that. Maybe a few years down the road, if I still have a lot of support for the mod and people are, wanting me to continue work on it, maybe, those kind of quality of life features could be added later, but I need to get something functional now. So yeah, execute order. So I think this mod system, this is like, what am I, third or fourth? I know the Catenary mod has a mod system. So the Catenary mod, that's the system that manages the wires. The electrical network, that's its own mod. There's the electrical network mod. So that's a second. The recipe system, obviously, is its own mod. So that's a third system. And then the mod itself is a fourth system. So this pipe network manager is the fifth mod system in this mod. One mod, 5 different mod systems. If you look at all the mod systems in the vanilla game, I mean, there's like 40 of them. I mean, it's just it initializes, like, you could just look at the list, all the mod systems that the game initializes on the just the base game, not even any variables. Called on the server client, implement code, which side it is. Assets loaded. This is after all the JSONs. Like, this is why the recipe loader has it to be its own mod, because it has to load way after. It has to make sure the JSONs and stuff are all loaded and everything is good, because obviously I can't validate recipes if they're not loaded yet. Called out for mods received start. So do I need... What did I do for my electrical network? Because the problem is... Okay, that's how I did that. I'm going to have to do that. Basically replicate this. Here. Or side. Only should load if the side equals server. The client should not get a copy of this object at all. That would be seriously wasteful. So I need to start. I don't know why I have this. This doesn't even run. Should load server. This. Why did I put this here? This literally never. It literally never runs. This should load. I'm really hoping I didn't use the cappy. No, I didn't. Okay, good. Let's comment this out as well. This is only on the server. So start. Full start to the mod on the server side. Yeah. So I don't think I need to do this. I think I just need to do start server side, because the start, like, this is already going to run the base. I don't need to do that. I don't need to do that because I can just initialize it here. So going to here, and I can do core server API SAPI. SAPI and CAPI are kind of the standard standard naming conventions for this. Start. So you call base. API equals API. SAPI equals API as iCore server API. Oh, it's already that. Okay. I don't need to do that. I don't really need this, but whatever. I use it anyway. Who cares? Then I need the save and load. Initialize manager, I'll think about that in a second. Because this is a separate mod, right? So electrical network mod system. I'm actually doing it in the manager anyway. So I'm going to initialize the manager when we load. Otherwise, there's no reason. I am the manager. We are already initialized. We're already initialized here. So sappy.on event.on game unload. Save game loaded plus equals on save game loaded sappy dot event dot game world save on game save. Okay. Okay. So these two events trigger, when the game saves, even in the background, every time the game saves, it'll call this event. And then when you load a world, this gets called as well. So that is why I added these. Network bytes. Okay, so here and there. Okay. And I'm just using these as examples. Game world save, store data. Okay, so sappy.world manager store data, and you map it to a key. Okay. So we have to check on game save if pipe networks dot count is greater than 0. Sappy dot world dot save. No, my brain. Sappy dot world manager dot save game. Dot store data. Pipe network bytes, which comes down here and grabs all of the network bytes. Now I think I also meant the next ID. I have to encode that as well, which is whatever. Sappy.world manager. Wait, MGR? What? Yeah, I was like, why? That's weird. Save game. Store data. Pipe network next ID. And this is serializer util. Dot serialize. Next network ID. That's why it's byte arrays, because the game save, while it's linked to a string, the data you get back is a byte array. So it's just a blob of data that you get back. But it's super efficient, right? There's no amount of shenanigans going on there. And then when it encodes the network, remember, the network itself has some of those values encoded in it. So save game loaded. Similarly, we grab the network bytes. So byte array network bytes equals sappy.world manager.savegame.get bytes. Get data? Yes. Pipe networks. Byte array next ID bytes equals sappy.world manager.savegame.get data pipe network next ID. And I should be able to just pass these. Do I do a null check? I bet you I do. Yep. Of course I do. Returns null. So okay. Then I do if network bytes is not equal null, not and. I don't care about the ID. If network bytes is not equal null, then initialize network manager network bytes next. Well, let's make sure those are in the right order. Networks and next ID. Yep. And I don't do any sort of try catch, which probably would be wise, but null means there are no pipe networks in the world yet. This just allows me to load up, load up a world and not worry that it's trying to load a null set of pipes. Because if it doesn't exist, it just returns null. So, just skip it because there's no pipe networks. Now, I could iterate through all the pipes, right? All the networks, and I could iterate through them all and validate them. But imagine in your mind how insane that would be in like a really advanced big factory, right? Iterating through every single pipe network and validating it. No, there's no way. Not a wise thing. I will only probably ever need to call the validate network, if like maybe merging or splitting a network, right? Like if any of that kind of stuff happens, probably validate it. Or even have a tool, right? You could even do it where you could, bang on a pipe with a thing, a probe, bang on a pipe with a probe, and then boom, it would just validate the network. There's a lot of like debug, user IO sort of features that I really want to enable, really want to do, but they just take so long to do stuff like that. Okay, so that will initialize the networks, and this will allow me to grab the mod system in various places. I don't know where, pray tell, I would have needed to do that. Yeah. But the network manager here, the mod system, oh yeah, I know, I remember. This get placed block or on block placed. This is why I built that whole infrastructure, because I need a way of grabbing that manager. The only way to do that is if it's a mod system. It's the only way to do that is grabbing that manager, grabbing the instance of that manager, and then calling the same on block placed in here. And then probably that as well. So these two functions, just like my wiring mod, these two functions are the big boys, because these are first, grabbing anything and everything, all of the data was associated with the block position, then going through making, double checking the ID of the network associated with this, then iterating through the network itself, figuring out, like, is it a split? Is it a merge? Like, there's a lot of logic that goes into each one of these. So there's a huge amount of work that goes into these. But having these here will allow me to just do this. So detect connections. That is pure block entity. Oh, I'm gonna skip that ad. It was just about to play an ad, and I'm like, no. It would be nice, yeah. So first, let's BE pipe base pipe BE equals API.world.block accessor.get block entity at position block position as BE pipe base if pipe BE does not equal null. I need to have a function mark pipe dirty, most likely. Mark pipe dirty is essentially there to build all of the connection directions, set all of that up, and then pass it off to the rebuild shape. So in the block, grab the block entity pipe be.mark pipe dirty and pass in the world. Right? I need the world accessor to pass that in. This builds connection information. Okay. But not network ID. It is a void. What I could do remember, this is looking at all faces, looking at all the blocks and the block entities of every face. The network ID initializes to 0. So the first time we call this, the network ID will be 0. As I iterate through all the faces, I'm going to need to track the network ID. Need to track network IDs of all faces. God, how do I what sometimes the order of events are a little rough. Like, you place a block, what needs to happen? I need to figure out which connections are valid. Some of those connections will be other pipes. So I need to be able to access the pipe types, which is why I grab the block, right? Get block. The block, this is a generic block, but I can check to see if the block type is a pipe, right? Block pipe base. Need to track network IDs of all faces. Merge networks, join networks as needed. Not sure how I'm going to do that. This first if is if it's an error block. That's right. Because marking it dirty means the block existed and something changed on its neighbors, or in our case, when you first place it, we're going to mark it dirty. So when you place it down on the ground, it's going to immediately check all of the possible connections. And some of those connections, well, if a pipe exists in the world and you place one pipe next to the other, it's going to find that network ID. It's going to see it. But what happens if there's a network ID over here? I'm like, oh, cool. This network ID, the very first one it runs into, it'll assume. It'll say, oh, my network ID equals this network ID. So I'll join this network. So I'll probably have to grab the pipe manager as well in this function. I'm going to need to grab the manager because I need to be able to access the networks. Because if I find a network ID, let's just say in a simple situation, I find a network ID, I need to join that network, right? Add the node to the network. In the simplest case, it's just a block on its own. It's not going to find a network ID. I'm going to get to the bottom of this and say, there's no network ID. Create a new network, right? Create a new network, join that, set the network ID to whatever the new ID is. But in the case, there's multiple network IDs. Let's say you have the craziest situation. This is the craziest situation. All 6 sides of a block are a different network. And you place a pipe in the middle of all of that. The first direction it faces, which is north, it's always going to be northeast, southwest, up, down. That's the order of everything. The first, it says north, it says, ooh, there's block ID, or the network ID 4. That's my network ID now. I am now 4. Goes to the thing. It informs, right? It says I'm network ID 4. It pulls the network ID, it pulls the manager and iterates into network ID 4 and just says add my block position to 4, which cascades. It's going to cascade a whole lot of stuff. Then it's going to go to the very next face, east, and it's going to see another ID. And those IDs are not going to match. I'm going to be 4 because I just inherited from the first phase. Now the next ID, let's say, is 13. And it's going to say, well, this network 13 is not my ID of 4, but I'm joining to it because we're the same type, right? We're the same type of pipe. So now there's a whole huge amount of code to go because now it's a merge network. Now it's like network 4 merges with network 13. And you could either merge it with one ID or create a whole new network and merge everything into one network and blah, crazy. But in that instance, now you have to iterate through network 13 and network 4 and update all of the extraction nodes. Because now there's a whole nother network that we can move items or fluids or whatever the pipe type is. Now we have a whole nother network that we can do. Do all of that work, go to the next face, and see yet another network ID, right? And now it's merging the network that now has the old network 4 and 13. Now it's seeing yet another one, let's say 25. And it's going, oh shit, let's do this all over again. And it does the whole enchilada all over again. Joins the networks, resets all the IDs, goes through all of the extraction nodes, updates all the extraction nodes, does all of that. So now the network is even bigger. Or if I lost people on that description, first iterate through all of the faces, detecting any network IDs in those faces and sending it all at once, joining all of these networks all at once and doing all of those calculations, which is a mountain of calculations. Every extraction node of every single network, every insertion node, it has to spider through. It has to look at all of that information, right? It has to calculate that for all of those networks. All 6 of the networks that we just joined, it's going to have to do all of that. And I think that would cause a pretty significant hitch in the game to do all of that. Only if the networks are really, really big, right? If every single one of those 6 networks was like dozens of connections, many, many extraction nodes, like lots and lots of connections. Doing them individually, that's just how I do it in the electrical network. The electrical network just does one at a time. This network merges, then this network merges, then this network merges, then this network merges. And it does that because the electrical networks are not going to have tens of thousands of nodes. They're just not. The networks are just not going to be that big. And if they are, it's up to the person to not complain to me saying, "Oh, I have a network that has 10,000 nodes and it's slowing down." It's like, well, yeah, that's what happened. that's how life works. So those little edge cases bother me, but there's no way around them. There's no way around it other than trying to possibly somehow doing a finite number of things per tick. That's the only way to spread out the load. If I made let's say I made the network manager, the pipe network manager, if I made that tick, say, every 1/5 of a second, or even 4 times, let's say it's 4 times a second. And you place a block like that, it would do it would be so hard to implement something like that. Like merge a network and then continue, like somehow wait until the next tick, then merge the next network. Go through, wait until the next tick or the next update and do the next network, right? And maybe the tick rate is once every second. You place that block, and it takes 6 seconds. That's too long. I think that's too long, but I don't know. I'm gonna have to need some testing. I know nobody's done really any major stress testing of my wiring system. I would be curious to know, like, at what point do lag functions occur? Like, when does that happen? But I don't think anybody's built 200 machines in a world and linked them all up. Like, I just don't think anybody has done that. Stress tested to that point. But yeah, there's a lot to think through here. But it's supper time, and I'm hungry, so I'm gonna head out and be done here today. But come back on Saturday, where we are going to continue our Planet Crafter multiplayer game. Who knows how far we get? I know we're probably gonna get insects done. We're gonna be buzzing. You know, why you would introduce mosquitoes to a new planet? I don't know why, because they're just, you want to get away from mosquitoes. And I know they're all butterflies. I know. But anyway, yeah. So Planet Crafter on Saturday, and then next week we're just going to continue up wherever I'm at the point. So hope to see you all back here on Saturday for a little relaxed stream of Planet Crafter. And until then, everybody have a good